picking up really, really good. Bill Heil needs the line. Cover up late. Cover up. Gets him. Wins the Erdajal Dubai Dash. Working through Sandonado when it's all too late. But on the outside, Native approach. From last, Native approach over the line. Mestri by 3 lengths here in the Al Maktoum Mile. Kareem the only threat, but it's Mestri's Al Maktoum Mile. Measured time extending away. Half a dozen lengths here in the Al Rashidiyah. Very impressive. Welcome back to Dubai, measured time.
It's Festive Friday. This glorious Christmas tree is going to welcome you into Meydan this evening. The first of 4 massive nights of racing, the feature nights of racing at Meydan, this Dubai Racing Carnival. And as well as a star on top of the tree, we pop one underneath it. You got me a present, Megan Nichols. Welcome.
Thanks, Tom. This isn't the only gift I've got for you because we have got some stars on show this evening. Lots of horses returning to the track we haven't seen since the World Cup night. So I'm really looking forward to things getting underway.
It's very light, this. Yes, whatever you put in it, I'm not sure what it's worth.
Well, you've got to pick. You get a choice of all of these presents.
Tiger Shea Bhupat Seema are well represented tonight on the dirt for obvious reasons. You've got Heart of Honour for Team Osborne, and of course Charlie Appleby well represented on the turf, Megan. Yeah,
and the turf, well, softer than usual because we had a lot of rain overnight, but luckily only 2 non-runners up to this point now, so fields are still full and competitive, and I'm really looking forward to things getting started. But another member of our team who will be really excited for this evening is Pat Comerford, our commentator, and the mood, well, it won't have been dampened after last night's rain because he is going to be in the spirits and is going to run us through tonight's main contenders.
Happy Christmas!
Tonight on Festive Friday, Meydan returns, hoping to take out the opening event for the purebred Arabians, the Group 1 Al Maktoum Challenge. Dual Group champion at Meydan, Meydan returns to his favourite course. After a warm-up in Abu Dhabi, he looks to set his sights on his first win this season. Following a run in Ascot during the middle of the year, he has returned here cover-up, looking to take another scalp over the 5 furlongs at Meydan. The Entisar shapes up to be a fantastic contest. Heart of Honour will look to win, but Walk of Stars, the Dubai World Cup contender, he'll look to spoil the party. The Al Rashidiyah will see a potential champion on the rise, Operabalo, looking to have his first run around the Meydan course and continue on his winning ways. And the Al Maktoum Mile will have 8 runners for Bhupat Seema. Imperial Emperor at the top of the list and the top of the order off the rating of 113. Let's head to tonight's schedule and look at the runners and races for our 9-race program. The PA Group 1 to kick off the Al Maktoum Challenge over 1,600 metres on the dirt. We then head to our first of our listed campaigns, the Business Bay Challenge, the Shahama Stakes as a conditions race over 1,400. Then to our second and third listed races for the night, the Erdajal Dubai Dash over 5 on turf, and the Entisar over 1,900 metres on the dirt. We then head to our 2 Group 2s back-to-back, the Al Rashidiyah over 1,800 and the Al Maktoum Mile over the 1,600 on dirt. A handicap as our penultimate event, the Dubai Racing Club Classic. We finish off with a sprint over 6, a conditions race, the Amar Stride. Here's our non-runners for the nights, both in the same race here. Number 1, Westacre. George Scott saving him for another day. And the other runner is The Man, also coming out of race number 4. So 2 out in the Erdajal Dubai Dash. 8 runners here in the Al Maktoum Mile for 1 stable. 13 contesting, 8 in the care of Bhupat Seema. And Laura Martin joined Bhupat to talk about tonight's events.
Imperial Emperor coming clear here for a very, very classy victory. 100 metres left to go, puts it beyond any doubt in the Al Maktoum Classic. Where to next? But we'll see you on Dubai World Cup night. Imperial Emperor by 8 lengths.
So Vufat, you're gearing up for a big Festive for Friday. We're going to see a lot of your more exciting stars in action. Is it a meeting that you like?
Yes, I think it's a big day for the stables. We're planning to have a good few runners.
We'll start with Walker Stars then, and he had a really busy campaign last year, didn't he? And then you sort of executed that change of tactics, and he was just a different horse.
Yes, I think he got beat first time out in the Creek Mile, then, you know, we used his stamina. He's got a lot of speed, and we used his stamina, and just he was up there in the lead, and you know, that kind of, I think, did the trick. But he's a horse with a lot of talent and a lot of stamina, so we kept the same. It was unfortunate in the World Cup. I thought I was disappointed with running fourth, because one thing he never does is he doesn't give up, and I think you're right. I think it was a long campaign he had, and, you know, going a trip to Saudi and then coming back here. So. But in all fairness to him, I think with all the horses who went to Saudi and came here, I think he probably ran the best race.
Yeah, he really did. And are you working back from the World Cup again?
Yes, the owners have decided that, you know, we're not gonna take him to Saudi. He's not getting any younger, so, you know, we'll mind him and keep his campaign backwards from the World Cup.
And how ready would he be first up?
The plan was probably to skip this race, but then, you know, had a meeting with Abdul Maneem, the racing manager, and, you know, he spoke to His Royal Highness, and, you know, he said, look, going into Group 1 the next time, straight without a run, might not be the most ideal thing for the horse. So he is going in this race just a slightly undercooked, but, you know, he's going to progress from here. But he's ready to run.
Okay. Imperial Emperor, he was so progressive last year, loves the dirt, did very little wrong.
Yeah, and he seems the same. I think the only thing is he's filled out a bit more, and, you know, it's... But now he's running. Last year he got the privilege to run in a handicap while, you know, he had he was a group horse in making. So this year he's got to go straight and go and box with the big boys, and he's a big boy himself.
Any more improvement to come from him, do you think?
Looks like it. I think a year after they're usually always better. You know, looks like it. He's a bigger horse. I just hope that he's fit enough, because he is a much thicker horse this year.
Okay. And you've got Kabir Khan, possibly the most popular horse you have. He's got such a following. What's been his sort of programme since he joined you? Because he came the end of last season, so you've had a lot of time to get to know him. Yeah,
that's correct. He came absolutely fine. He was healthy when he came from Doug's, and I think they sent a horse in very good shape. So far, we've had a good run with him. I can't fault him for anything. You know, he's doing everything right, and he's, for a big, huge horse, and for a horse who doesn't have the perfect conformation, but my God, he can stride on that dirt track.
And he's a Group 1 winner already. Are you looking at the Maktoum Challenge in January as his main race, or is he sort of ready to go now?
Well, he'll be the one as well, you know, who go backwards from the World Cup. That'll be the plan, and, you know, fortunately, unfortunately, they all have to run together. And, you know, but I always say, if I wasn't training those horses, the owners, you know, they'll have to run against those other horses anyway, you know. So it's good to have them in our yard, and they're doing great. And yeah, this is probably from here to Entisar to the Maktoum. Yeah.
Welcome out to the parade ring before racing. Megan Nicholson and Pat Comerford alongside me together now as we build up to 9 races on Festive Friday. Pat, just on conditions, that's what we've been talking about in the lead up. Turf, dirt, how's it going to ride?
Well, I mean, the history says that the dirt track, if it's sealed and they do get a fair bit of rain, once they do open the track up, it actually races quite honest, actually better than it would normally go. So I think for the dirt, we've got no issue whatsoever. We may see it race a little more fair and honest than we have in the last couple of meetings. And I'd say the times won't be too bad at all, just because it has been sealed for that good majority of the day. As for the turf, the heaviest part of the track on walking this morning was 50 metres from the line to 50 metres past the post. So not in an area that is going to be affecting the races too much. I mean, we're not really sure how tacky it's going to be underfoot, but the wind has been up all day, so you'd say that it has had a good chance to dry out and maybe getting back to a sort of a genuine soft range. But yeah, look, I think it'll race pretty honest. There's more unknowns with the turf than there is with the dirt here at this stage, and I think we will learn a lot more once we get that one race underway on it to see how it plays.
Yeah, welcome to our world in the UK with unknowns on the given rain around. Normally coming out here, Meg, is easy, quick ground.
I was expecting, you know, beautiful, nice, quick, fair, flat ground on the turf, and then we had deluge of rain last night. But anyway, never mind. We are dealing with that now, and thankfully, it looks like plenty of connections aren't too worried. Only 2 non-runners in our 4th race of the evening so far, and other than that, everyone's happy to line up.
Race number 1 then is the Group 1 Al Maktoum Challenge, round 1 of it, over 1,600 metres on the dirt for purebred Arabians. And this is the field going forwards. We've got 10, so the obvious one there is, of course, Mubid, but Murad is fascinating, rated 122. How's the horse going to get on this surface for Yas Racing? We'll come to the second page. You have Munir Athba, the mare, who's been in good form at Abu Dhabi, and Takdir as well. Let's have a look at Mubid winning the Bani Yas. Obviously had a great season last season, wasn't beaten too far in the big one on World Cup night itself. And we were here, well, I think it was Super Saturday, Megan, when the horse went and won quite nicely, and is a real star for the connections this season.
Yeah, he was a big improver last year, wasn't he? And ultimately, he was very consistent as well. He gained and sort of built a really good relationship with jockey Ray Dawson, who unfortunately isn't able to ride this evening. So a super sub in Danny Tudhope taking over tonight. And look, that is something to consider because, you know, especially I think with the Arabian horses, building a relationship with them is quite important. But what I would say is this horse has looked fairly straightforward. He races prominently. He's not well drawn tonight, sorry, from 10, but he's normally well away. And if Danny can get him in a prominent position, then hopefully it will be pretty straightforward, and off the home turn he can kicking him mid-belly, and I think his class will sort of prevail.
Is your selection?
He is, yeah.
My selection as well. I think this mile will suit even better than the 1,400 last time, Pat.
I agree. I think RB Blind Date's probably got to find a few lengths. He was very impressive in his 2 runs to date in much, far inferior company to what he faces here. But look, he's a potential one to give a sight to. Murad, we don't know how he's going to go on the dirt here, but his French form is pretty good. Outside of that, I mean, yeah, I think Mubid picks himself here. Danny Tudhope, yeah, as you said, he's losing no admirers here, jumping on board for this horse. Yeah, look, Ray Dawson's had a great association with him, but he looks a pretty easy enough horse to ride because he puts himself into the race. So, yeah, Mubid, a clear top pick here.
Let's hope he wins or we'll all look stupid. Race number 2 is the Business Bay Challenge, sponsored by Imar, 1,400 metres on the turf for this contest. And this is your lineup. Nice big field for this. You've got Marban in there, who had a good year last year. Mysterious Knight's interesting, has won here before, but couldn't get the job done last season in 24-25. And number 9 is Andres Vesalius. We go all the way down to 40, which is Dubai Beach, Blue Point Philippe for Saib Bin Saror and Tiger Shea. So let's have a look at Marban. Marban beating Mysterious Knight, Make Me King, Native Approach, and the Al Fahidi 4 to Group 2 contest. And as a result, Marban has 59 kilos, giving weight away Mysterious Knight 57 kilos tonight, Pat. Look, I'm with Marban, only just. I wondered if Mysterious Knight just might take a race to really find his feet, but it was tight between them.
Yeah, it was. I mean, look, again, my query with Marban, despite the fact that he did everything you wanted to see in His Highness the President Cup for the Thoroughbreds first up, he's a runner who will certainly improve as he gets back to this racetrack that he does his best work at. Look, again, I think he's got bigger targets on the cards than here, and I think he's a horse that, you know, the stable have worked him out where they've slowly got to work him towards those feature events. Again, I don't think Marban's going to be at full fitness here for tonight. He still might have enough to get over the line and win. Mysterious Knight, though, that is the query, whether or not he will be fully screwed down for this as well. There's a few in that camp here. Look, I've stuck with Mysterious Knight just over Marban, but I thought they were potentially the 2. And even look, Al Qudra on his best form could see him competing here as well. So I had it a race in 3, and I sided with Mysterious Knight, only narrowly. It's a very low confidence race for me.
Who are you with?
I've gone Meydan as well. I feel like he will take a step forward from his reappearance. And even if he's not at full fitness, he might just have the class edge over 1 or 2 in the field. I think, especially with the ground being slightly slow, you want a horse that can travel quite well and try and hold a position. It's not easy to necessarily make up a lot of ground from those further back on the slower surface. So I thought that Meydan from stall 2 can get a nice prominent position and hopefully travel his way forward.
Race number 3 is sponsored by Imar, 1,400 metres for the Shahama Stakes, and we're on the dirt over the 1,400, and some nice fillies going forward here. Looking forward to this, really looking to put their Guineas credentials on the line. There's the first page, including who really took the eye in the paddock last time and went and won nicely, I thought. But, she's up against the likes of, Star Mirage again, who ran well on that occasion. There's a few coming out of that race, and that is the race with which we are going to start in. So, Taj Reed, Star Mirage, and Labwa in this maiden. And look, I didn't know much about Pat coming into the race, but when I saw her, and it's not as if I've got an eye for a paddock, and Megan does, but even I could see that she was very, very striking.
Well, the funny thing was when I saw her step out of the trials at Jebel Ali, I didn't really notice the fact of that she was as forward as she was here for that first up race, and I think she all did surprise us in that parade before the race, that she was going to be very much a presence in the race, and she did that. And I think the maturity that she showed in the race as well was amazing. I mean, to have a filly on debut physically shoulder another horse out of the way, to see, all weather wins, but how she translates over to the dirt remains to be seen. But has done everything right here as a horse that is leading into this and has remained undefeated here so far. So yeah, look, you've got to give her respect. Yeah,
you have. She's switched stables. She was previously trained by Ollie Pears in the UK, and obviously now with Charlie Fellows coming over for her UAE debut as well. But I suppose the thing about her is her form has translated to a fairly low mark, and she's going to have to probably improve again. Is official mark at the moment of 80 from her one debut performance. She's every reason to build on that, and obviously gets that kilo back from Gisar as well. So if we sort of bring weights into consideration as well, I think is the one that they have to beat. I think both first and second from that race have every reason to step forward. And you mentioned the sort of maturity she showed late on. I actually also like the fact that she was so settled and showed a good attitude in the first part of the race in comparison to 1 or 2 that were very keen. Certainly Star Mirage sort of pulled her chances away early doors. So looks the sort of straightforward contender here.
My only concern with if I have to have one, is the fact that it's very hard not to consider her and sort of compare her, even though he's a colt, to Union Security, who raced in a very similar manner. But the riders and the other runners who faced that horse in previous starts figured out what his Achilles heel was, and that was early race pressure. So I'm worried if doesn't get that ability to find that spot in behind the speed, and potentially the race runs at a different style to what it was last time, whether we see her race that. We don't know whether or not she's that one-dimensional yet. Hopefully she's got more ability than just that one start has shown us, and if she does, she will go out and win. But again, you look at Union Security, who we sort of matched as potentially the male version of her this season for Ahmed bin Hamish, and he wasn't able to get the job done the next start.
We'll confirm our selections at the end of the preview. Race number 4 we move on to, and this is the Urtejal Dubai Dash. Urtejal was such a beast over here, over 5 and 6. Loved that horse. This is sponsored by Imar. We're over the 5 here. Obviously, notable non-runner is Westacre, which is a shame given his dominance over this trip last year. He was very, very good. Cover Up won this race last year, very interesting. Race page number 2 we move on to, where we've got a couple more here because the man is out. But you've got Dubai Treasure, really interesting. Exceeding Excel filly for Pat Dobbs and Saib Insur on Desperate Hero. Right, let's start there then. So this is Dubai Treasure winning the Boadicea listed race at Newmarket. Really good on this occasion, Meg. Look, I think was benefited by how the race panned out, sure. But she's clearly got bags of ability, and there's every reason to think that she's got the speed for this fast track.
Yeah, she's also lightly raced and has every reason to be still on the upward curve. She did show plenty of early speed here at Newmarket. She bounced out, made all, but I do think she had the sort of probably best ride, best position on the track. She came over, had this rail to run against, and everything was just very straightforward. Now, my concern for her, being a daughter of Exceed and Excel, switching to the slower ground, she again has that sort of quick ground action on her. I'm not sure she's going to totally love it, and the sort of ground could sort of zap that early speed out of her, dropping down in distance as well. The combination puts me off a little bit.
I'm with Cover Up, so let's have a look at Cover Up here. Cover Up beating Bombay Bazaar and Pontos, who's likely to set the early fractions again. I'm not just quite sure he's the horse he was, but you know, last year I sort of came into these races on the sprint course trying to remind myself that being up the speed was a good thing, and yet loads were winning off it. And with ground slightly easier, there is pace on. I think you might want to be off it, and you know, I'm hoping Cover Up gets there in time. And I was with Cover Up over Westacre when that horse was still in, Pat.
Look, he's definitely one that you've got to give respect, considering that he does have the form here too. That's going to see him right in the mix here for this race. But look, I found this a difficult race. I think Dubai Treasure will appreciate the trip across to the UAE here. I think she'll find a lot of maturity out of doing so. And how often do we see Syed bin Saror's horses, especially in recent seasons? They may not have as much success here, but they go back and they continue to do well and go back, you know, and race at another level when they get back there with that experience. I sided with Raba here in this race, not bred for the grass.
You know, I thought you might. He's so good at Jebel Ali.
But he's a horse that has got an amazing performance on the dirt over a straight track, and I think with Pontos setting up the speed, he won't go and lead the race, but he's going to be handy enough in the event. And if the track is a little bit tacky, it's going to be harder for these horses to be making up ground from back in the field. And I think Raba just sitting potentially in behind the speed, and considering that he has run, you know, 58-1 up the hill over this track and over this trip, I think he puts himself into the race here, and you know, he was in a very tough field last start. So yeah, I'm taking a chance that over onto the turf we may see him continue his form.
Who are you with, Meg?
I'm with Cover Up as well. He's got that previous form on slower conditions. He's pretty versatile, and also I think the tongue tie that was applied back in Europe over the summer has helped him improve again. That's retained this evening, and that could just be another angle in.
Right, race number 5, the Entisar. Look, it's a listed contest, and we've got some Group 2s, but I cannot wait for this race because you've got the matchup between Walk of Stars and others, by the way, and Heart of Honour in there, and that's going to be so interesting given their relative run styles, I think, as well. Heart of Honour is number 8, Walk of Stars is number 1. There's a Honest Moon in there as well, who is number 9. It was good last time, but we'll need to step up on that, no doubt about it. Let's come then to Heart of Honour winning the Nakheel Stakes. This was out here, this was this season over the 1600. I think this panned out as we thought it might. He's never that sharply away, although he has been once in his career, or maybe twice, but he can miss it at the start. But he absolutely blitzed him in the Empire.
He's a horse that they're going to have, I think, some great fun with here over the season, and whether or not we see him win tonight, that's another story. Because
you don't think he will?
Well, I mean, I'm against him here. I'm not completely against him. I've got him as a top 2, top 3 prospect in the race. But I think we mentioned after that race, you know, once he comes up against, it was a fabulous win. But you can't deny the fact that turning off the back at the 800 between the 8 and the 6, he fell away. He hit a flat spot that he had to eventually recover from, pick the bridle back up and win the race. He can't do that against Group 1 horses or Group 1 contenders on the dirt here who have got form. Kabir Khan, I'm sure, now that he's had a season under the care of Bhupat Seema and he's now into the I guess the rhythm of what it's like to be training here at the track. You've got to remember that stable was between barns last season, going from Zabil Palace across here to Meydan. These horses have now been based here. I think Walk of Stars and Kabir Khan are 2 horses that are genuine group contenders on the dirt who Heart of Honour hasn't really had here at Meydan.
You're going to surprise me. Who are you with?
I'm with Walk of Stars. Okay. I'm with Walk of Stars. Yeah, I'm with Walk of Stars, but I think Walk of Stars and Kabir Khan are the 2 biggest threats to Heart of Honour, and the reports are Kabir Khan and this is after I put my selections in, Carnival Khan is absolutely flying.
I
but
can't.
I
You give me
always
all the
hear that.
reports in the world. but I'm
Absolutely
not.
flying. So,
I think he must
mean,
be no, I don't want to say
Right,
it, but
let's do Walk of Stars first of all, right? And Carnival was 7th, and Carrie was 4th, and Generous Tipper was 6th. I mean, like, this is a lot of ground to make up for Kabika. Latter had the full works from lobotomy to new legs. I can't see it, but I know what you mean, a change of setup. Go on, Meg, what's your take, Meg?
Look, I'm with Walk of Stars. I just think he's too classy here, and ultimately this is, a grade way below what he's capable of. Yeah, I think that he's just a solid horse. He became more consistent last year as well, and seemed to have his confidence up once he got his head back in front. He got on a roll. Now, with Carnival Khan, part of me wonders, is he a little bit of a morning glory? Because there's always great reports. He's come back from a layoff and he's working well, and we can't wait to see him back on the track. And then, that was a bit disappointing. But then he bounces out of that and he's working well again, and then it just doesn't quite happen on race night.
He had a phenomenal season, like a couple of seasons ago. She was an absolute standout, and then it just didn't work out. And it's a long way back. But it would be an amazing achievement from a master trainer with loads of horses at his disposal over this distance, were he to get him back. I'm with Walk of Stars. My heart says Heart of Honour. It does, but my one downside for Heart of Honour is if he bumps into a genuine Group 1 front runner who will dominate, and that is what Walk of Stars will do. So we'll see. I'm with Walk of Stars head-wise. I think I have to be. You are 2.
Walk of Stars, yeah.
I am 3.
Okay. Team Walk of Stars. Right, good. Let's move on to race number 6. We're on the turf for this contest. This is the Al Rashidiyah, sponsored by Imar. We're over 1,800 metres on the turf. Some good horses have won this. This is obviously one of the key build-ups to the Dubai turf itself. Just the one page we've got there. And Opera Ballo is all class. Didn't win the Joel Stakes last time, coming back off a bit of an absence, but his figures are very good. The one thing, Megan, I'm just going to throw out here is his action, and like he moves like a proper top of the ground horse to me. I'm not expecting it to be really desperate out here by race time, but I suppose I wanted to find reasons he might not win, and I've tried to be clever. I just got a feeling he might not. I think he's the best horse in the race. What do you think?
Yeah, I don't disagree in terms of action, but he's a son of Gaiath who. Typically his progeny go on all grounds. They're quite big, heavy horses, and Opera Ballo certainly falls into that. He's been beaten by Zeus Olympios, who has an unbeaten record and is clearly a very classy horse. And actually, on this occasion at Newmarket, when he was beaten, I thought, he might drop away to be 3rd or 4th, hit the rising ground and ran on again. So the extra furlong that he's got here this evening, if he gets into a nice rhythm early, I don't think it will be a problem for him. And he's the type of horse, I think, if he takes to Meydan, he could just be one of those Charlie Appleby horses that just absolutely thrives over here.
Yeah, like I agree. I think, I loved the post-race interview of when this horse ran second in the race that we saw there. Charlie just said, what do you want to do with him? He said, I want to take him to Dubai. He's a horse that will come on leaps and bounds from
You watch racing TV. Good man.
A little bit. But he's a horse that will come on leaps and bounds from this, and I think he's just one of those horses that's going to improve with a trip out here, and I think if he can pick a couple of wins up along the way, it's the long game with Opera Ballo as well. Like, he's going to be, when he goes back to the UK, he's going to be a much better horse for it too.
Have you seen him in the flesh?
No, I have not.
Honestly, this horse, every time he blows me away. He is a bull. He just fills the eye. You'll love him.
I'm not going to deny, though, that Nation's Pride is a legitimate threat to him here. Well, just because he has done some amazing things here at Meydan, and he's got form here at the track. This is not uncommon to him, whereas this is all going to be new for Opera Ballo under the lights.
That's my angle into Opera Ballo. I guess it's less ground. It's just the fact that he's bumping into a couple of stable companions that have done it here before. Like, who's going to be lining up in the Dubai turf? Opera Ballo over any of them, likely. But it's just tonight. It's just if Nation's Pride,
this is a big learning experience for him.
Couldn't dominate, and I just wonder if James Doyle might absolutely dominate with the blinkers, and maybe just let them get away. But I'm trying to be clever, obviously. But just got a feeling it might not be tonight for Opera Ballo. It might be going forward.
I was sort of looking at. A bigger price was there one on the evening, and it's a real shame there's only 7 runners, but I thought that Caramelito could run better than his odds suggest, because Nicholas Colliery does so well with his runners. They have winners.
He loves
here.
a shock.
And also, this horse has some solid form back in France. He's beaten the likes of Docklands previously. That's proper Group 1 mile form. And also, he doesn't mind this cut in the ground. They'd have been praying it continued to rain into the afternoon. That's my angle in with this. About 33 to 1 on the international
Talk
market.
about that as well. I thought if we were going to come here and it was a genuine heavy. Now, I mean, this horse has travelled. This is a massive step up. But Missive Change is another horse that will appreciate the soft ground as well. So, I mean, something would have to seriously go wrong for Opera Ballo or Nation's Pride to not be taking this race out. But there are horses here outside at big prices who make genuine cases, and they get conditions here tonight at Dubai with the give out of the track that they wouldn't normally get. So it makes it an interesting race.
Race number 7 is the Group 2 on the dirt. It's the Al Maktoum Mile over 1,600 metres, and you've got Imperial Emperor, who was well beaten in the World Cup behind Hit Show. It was the choice of Tiger Shea that night. Mestry's capable. Going to have a look at Tumbarumba shortly. Very interesting. Mendelsohn Bay really good last time. Castle Warden maybe give a chance to if they go very hard. Killer Collect. I mean, Boopat's got a bit of a stranglehold on it to an extent, and that's the case with a couple of races tonight. Let's have a look then at Tumbarumba in the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. Got a little way back on this occasion. Might want a bit of pace to chase here. Lines up for Wathnan Racing, James Doyle and Hamad El Jahani, who's had success out here already this season. But he's a good profile of horse to be coming over here with.
Yeah, look, he fits the bill of what you're sort of looking for. Again, as you said, you mentioned, Hit Show there before coming over and winning. I mean, same connections who acquired him. He's a horse that's been sort of racing around those sort of similar races and being dominant enough in similar tracks to where we saw the likes of Hit Show going. So, I mean, Wathnan have gone back and they've seen the profile of Hit Show and what they had there and what they acquired in order to win a race like the Dubai World Cup, and Tumbarumba's a horse that's been doing the exact same thing. Now, whether he lives up to the likes of Hit Show, we're not too sure, but again, you can understand their thinking around why they thought he was a good horse to be bringing out here for the season.
Let's have a look at Mendelsohn Bay beating Mestry, Castle Warden, Masmat David of Athens. Now, the key here was that Mendelsohn Bay came over and tracked the pace that was set by Mestry, and then picked it up and put it to bed pretty conclusively. And I was pretty taken with the comments from the stable Megan Arthurs, just saying, look, he took a year to find his feet last year with this move of stables. He's much better this season.
Yeah, I mean, this looked like a career best performance by quite a way, didn't it? And it was just, everything was pretty smooth. As you say, he managed to sort of just tuck right up behind the pace. And then when he was asked to quicken, he did so pretty easily and put a good few lengths between himself and the field. I thought that the draw could be a little bit of an issue this evening from stall 11. We've got pace in 2, 5, 8. We've got loads of pace all over. Is he going to be able to sort of pop out and get that handy position quite so easily this evening in a field which has got a bit more depth? That was the sort of concern.
And Imperial Emperor was fantastic last year and came back wrong after the World Cup.
The draw didn't help.
No, the draw didn't help.
Didn't help
Didn't
at
he come
all.
back? He came back lame, didn't he?
Yeah.
He did.
Yeah.
But I mean, he was up against it at the moment. That
You're with him, right?
I am with him here. I think he's got far superior form lines to a good chunk of these, and I like the fact that he's won races here. Going against, doing things that usually on the dirt you'd see a horse go down. I mean, he's won a good chunk of his races sitting 3 wide no cover or 4 wide no cover. So he's a horse that he's been an amazing acquisition for Diva Racing, a horse that they picked up to hopefully run well on the dirt, and he's, I think, gone lengths better than what they could ever have dreamed of. So it's good to see him back at the races. I mean, he's the highest rated horse here. He's got to be given respect. Again, Boopat's got a stranglehold on the race. I think the two biggest threats, Mendelsohn Bay off that last start. I'd love to see Killer Collect run a good race here. We know that he's capable of putting in a really good performance, so interested to see how he fares as well. I think outside of Imperial Emperor, I had Mendelsohn Bay and Killer Collect for the stable as the biggest threats. Yeah, I'm with Imperial Emperor as well, and I nearly thought that dropping back down to the 1600 was no bad thing. He's got enough pace and he goes well fresh as well. So a couple of sort of extra positives amongst his chances.
Oh, I'm with Mestry tonight, but not going forward. Well, I'm taking the view that he needed the run last start. Yeah, he'll improve for the run, and the likes of Imperial Emperor will want it. I'll probably be wrong. the market would indicate I will be.
That's all right. That's fine. That's all right. You're entitled to your own opinion. That's fantastic.
I don't know when I was making my selections.
Good
I don't know
luck.
what was wrong with
Good
me.
luck, though.
I think I was still on Hong Kong time. I was like, oh, we'll throw one out here. Right, race number 8. We're over 2,410 for this Dubai Racing Club Classic Handicap, sponsored by Imar again. Yeah, so look, it's a really interesting race with by the book in there. Could be anything off this sort of mark. Asgard's Captain is tricky. We're going to have a look at both of those. Let's start with Asgard's Captain, just because when this horse won at York, it was not a bit of a surprise. I was surprised, Meg, because I was on the track when the horse went down, and I was like, there's only one negative, and it's Asgard's Captain. John Egan's struggling to hold him. He's a lunatic. And then he went and won. But he's this, you know, out here under the lights. That'll be tricky.
He's talented, but he is keen, and yeah, the key to him absolutely is to get him to relax. Now, he's obviously trained around this track, and I wonder if getting into the routine of being out here every morning is the type of thing to help a horse like this. They get used to training here, they get used to being in that rhythm, and actually do start to switch off and become that little bit easier. He ultimately has got to step it up again, but it's hard to know where his improvement will finish, because sort of as the season progressed, he just kept getting better. Now, for me, I would be concerned with him about the ground more so than a couple of others this evening. He very much has got that sort of fluent action, and I just don't think you can get away with being that keen on ground that's ultimately going to be tiring.
Are we all with by the book?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good. Let's have a look. Take us through it, Pat. Why?
Do you want my honest opinion for this race?
I do. I don't want you to lie to me, Pat Comerford.
I looked at it and I thought there was so many unknowns in the race. I actually just went and I'll be honest with you, I went the age-old thing of William Buick's had 2 picks here for Charlie Appleby. Godolphin go very well at this track and distance. And he's the high-rated horse of the 2. Small field, barrier 7 won't matter. So by the book picks himself for me. Again, market agrees with him. He's very short on the international market, as you can expect. But I didn't have a big opinion of the race, so I'm just I've taken the safe option and gone with Buick's ride here. Haven't really looked into it further than that.
I was at Newmarket when he made his return, and he was favourite that day, and I was put off him in the paddock because he still looked a bit big. I thought he was going to improve plenty, and the way he ran suggested he was fresh. He was quite keen, didn't have a lot of cover, and never really got into a rhythm. I feel as though he'll be that bit sharper for that. He'll have had a better training routine coming into this, and I think the track will suit him better. He's a massive striding horse, and at Newmarket he just looked a little bit lost.
All right, last up we have race number 9. Again, we'll reconfirm our selections at the end. 1,200 metres for this conditions race, the Imar Stride. And that's your field. And Donde Fermo is really interesting, I think, based on what the horse did at Jebel Ali. So, let's have a look at Masood first of all. This was the race won by 6 Speed. This was when Bupat unleashed a couple of, well, not unleashed because we'd seen them before, but this was a very impressive run from 6 Speed 14 days ago. But Masood shaped pretty well here, Pat.
Yeah, he did. I saw him during the week, and he looks like he's come on from the run massively as well. Like, he's a horse, I think, that is genuinely at prime fitness now, so I think we're ready to sort of see the best of him in this race here. I mean, this was the theme of the night, wasn't it? Leaders skipped away, got big gaps on the winners, and the winners got big gaps on the rest of the field, and it was very hard for anything else to make ground.
Can I ask?
Did make ground though.
Can I ask you what you don't like about Donde Fermo? Because I thought you'll have been at Jebel Ali, you'll have called it, and I thought he shaped really encouragingly.
Because he's 6 months older, he's a Southern Hemisphere bred, and as a result, he cops 5.5 kilo penalty on the rest of these fields. Statistics, even though he's done very well, they don't win. I mean, Oasis Boy was, I think, an Autobahn, probably better horses than him, and not even they could win these races with this weight penalty in play. I mean, I understand why they do it. They're older horses, they're more mature, they need to have a penalty in some way, shape or form, but 5.5 kilos is a lot of weight, especially on runners like Masood who are getting to their final thing. And even Marapat, I was just as impressed with Marapat's effort at Jebel Ali than as I was with Donde Fermo, and he's got less weight to carry here, and he draws a middle alley. And Donde Fermo's got to come from gate 8 of 8. So yeah, I couldn't have him in my selections as my top pick. But Masood and Marapat, tough to split between the two. I saw Masood during the week. He looks an absolute picture. You'll see him tonight. He's a beautiful horse. He is ready to go here. From gate 1, I think you'll find a good spot.
So I've gone for your other one of the two. So hopefully we've got them covered. Marapat for me, yes. I sort of thought that he, for his debut performance, he was quite mature at Jebel Ali, and although beaten, it was a very narrow defeat, and the front two pulled well clear of the rest of the field. I thought he was able to probably step up on that performance, and he looked as if, you know, Jebel Ali is a very stiff track, and actually coming here to a flatter track, a horse that travels well and has that bit of tactical speed, may suit him.
All right, with Donde Fermo.
I can understand I can understand why you're picking him, but again, we don't see these Southern Hemisphere breds win all too often. That was the only thing that I could put against him.
Well, if Masood wins, given that I've given with 2 other Michael Costa horses tonight, I won't be impressed. I mean, Australians are already pretty low down my Christmas card.
You can understand why.
So if you're watching, Michael, if the other 2 don't cop, don't go and win with that one. But good luck. Let's have a look at Pat's selections.
All right, let's get into it. Going with Mubeed, obvious pick in the first. Mysterious Knight hopefully can basically overcome Marban. He looks the big threat, but I'll stick with Mysterious Knight. Uno in the third race. She looks a nice filly on the rise. Raba's my value. I think, you know, double figure odds. I think he can be close enough to the speed to hopefully run well on the grass here. He's not too unfamiliar to surface back in the UK. Walk of Stars, he looks a good return race for him. Opera Barlow looks a nice horse as well. Imperial Emperor for the Al Maktoum Mile. Then I'll close off with By the Book and Masood. Looking at my selections, a lot of international market favourites.
Yeah, well, if mine aren't favourite, I think they might be second favourite. We've gone for a few that are the same. Mubeed to take our opener here, and then I've gone for Marban in race 2. You know, same selection as you, Pat, in race 3. Cover Up in our sprint on the turf, because I think that he will like conditions this evening. Then we've got Walk of Stars. Opera Ballo, I think, is going to thrive over here in Dubai. Imperial Emperor in race 7. By the Book in race 8. And for the lucky last, I've gone for Marapat.
All right, my 9 are as follows. We all agree with Mubeed, Marban, then Uno. Cover Up, agree with Meydan. Walk of Stars, I think, should just dominate. Nation's Pride. Mestri, trying to be clever again. By the Book. And Donde Fermo to shoulder the extra weight. There we go. Megan and I will be based around this area. Megan providing you with lots of interviews throughout the evening, including the winning jockeys. Pat's going to hot-foot it up to the commentary box. And I'm going to tell you to head to DubaiRacingClub.com and get your Dubai World Cup night tickets, because it is going to be a monster evening. It's the 30th anniversary of what is, in my view, the world's best horse race. So get to DubaiRacingClub.com and you can get your tickets for the last Saturday in March now. Right, loads to look forward to. We'll let you go off to your respective areas, which ultimately is food, let's be honest.
Let's chow down.
I'm hungry.
I heard that there's a nice restaurant up there.
Yeah, we're going to go to a nice restaurant. Yes, we'll see you there shortly. Safi Osborne joins me outside the weighing room. Absolutely ready to start riding, Safi. Ready to go.
Yeah, just arrived.
How's things, first of all? You come here in good nick, don't you?
Yeah, really happy. I obviously came back riding 4 weeks ago, and yeah, it couldn't have gone much better, really. I've had a good few winners back in the UK, and obviously having my first winner back here on Heart of Honour was, yeah, really nice.
And I think you said after that night that you were still you couldn't be at race fitness, match fitness quite yet, because there was only a second or third ride back, wasn't it? But you feel definitely like you've kicked on since then.
Yeah, definitely. I rode Brotherly Love that night first, and I was quite pleasantly surprised with how fit I was. So yeah, no, I've been feeling great, and yeah, it's nice to bang in a few winners.
Obviously, the man is out, so you've got Paint Your Palette and Heart of Honour in the same colours. Let's start with the obvious one, that's Heart of Honour. What's your gut feeling about the race, how it is going to unfold?
Obviously, this is going to be a big ask for him. Stepping up into company against all the older horses is obviously going to be hard, but yeah, tonight will really show us where we stand, and we think he's a very good horse, and I'm just hoping that he can prove that. I think when he won last time, it was a bit of a relief to see him go and win so well first time out this season, and yeah, tonight would make us more excited.
Is it a given that he will be slowly away?
I hope not. He was a little bit fresh and a bit buzzy in the stalls last time, which just meant he missed it slightly. But I hope today he'll be a bit more relaxed, stand better, which will allow him to jump better. Like in the UAE Derby, he jumped very well, and it's just how his temperament is in the stalls that really depend on how he then jumps.
Is there a point, so will he, at some point he'll sort of rear in the stalls, will it, or what is it that he does?
Yeah, he gets a little bit angry in there, and it's something we've obviously tried to fix, but he's done it since the first ever day he ran at Southwell. I went in the stalls and he reared up straight away, so yeah, it's something that it's a work in progress, trying to make him better. I don't think he is ever going to be the fastest away, but if he can jump on terms with them, he's managed to get lovely positions before in races, and as long as I can jump with them, then yeah, we should be fine.
He was finishing very fast last time and absolutely bolted up, so good luck. What do you know about Paint Your Palette?
I've obviously ridden her a bit at home. I thought she had a nice trial here last week. It's obviously been quite a quick preparation for her, having not run in the UK and then come and done a trial here. But she finished off nicely in that, and you'd like to think she's going to come on fitness-wise for last week and today probably.
Wish you all the best, particularly in the big one. Thanks, Safi.
Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome along here to Festive Friday, and the runners are in the parade here for race number 1, a purebred Arabian Group 1, the Al Maktoum Challenge. And we're about to get our look at the first horse, who is number 1 in Murad, the former French galloper for Majid El Jahuri, Silvestre de Souza to ride for Yas Racing. He's a 5-year-old colt by Tharkif, and he is the first horse and highest rated runner in the race, off for 122. A bit of an unknown here on the dirt this evening, but does have good form back in France, and if he does handle the surface, will be right in the finish. Number 2 is Meydan. On paper, and his record here suggests he may be the horse to beat, the 5-year-old Entire by Mahab for Jabba Bitar. Danny Tudhope does the riding tonight for Al Reef Stables. He is a 6 from 11 with a 3rd placing to his name, a last start winner here early in the season, and looks to be stepping out to the mile at the right time. Number 3 is Jafar, coming out of a run at Abu Dhabi in the Group 1 there behind HML Shaheen, so good form there coming out of His Highness the President Cup. He comes here to Meydan, a little of an unknown on the turf on the dirt as well, having had a majority of his runs on the turf. Ben Cohen, we welcome him back to Meydan here. He rides for Doug Watson and Abu Bakar Kadora. Hiyab El Zaman had a run at Elaine in preparation for this. The 8-year-old gelding by Halal Al Zaman wasn't to be winning the race there, but nevertheless he'll take some fitness from that run. Fauzi Nas and Adri De Vries combine with Victorious Forever. Hiyab El Zaman stepping out here tonight for his 24th career start. Number 5 is Joe Star, who also makes his way out of His Highness the President Cup. Back onto the dirt here, this runner. He'll show some speed, but again, less form on this surface. A seasoned campaigner at Group 1 level, though, and that should hold him in good stead here. One to watch. One of the runners on the rise is RB Blind Date. 2 incredible performances at Al Ain, his last 2 starts, going on to win those by a combined total of 28 lengths. He is a 4-year-old colt by Majid Al Arab. Whether he's up to this level yet or not, we will have to wait and see. But he has come up a short quote on the international market as the second elect to Meydan, and has to be given a fair bit of respect here. 105 suggests he may have a few rating points in hand. Number 7 is Triumph AA, the 4-year-old grey here by Burning Sand. Ibrahim El Hadrami and Connor Beasley combined. He draws the ace here for tonight's racing, but does make his debut here on the Meydan dirt. A seasoned dirt campaigner overseas, and looking forward to seeing how he fares here on this surface. 8 is Mujaz for Abdulaziz Al Balushi and Ibrahim El Hadrami, another inside draw for the stable. Has had a predominantly turf career so far in the 8 runs to date, a win and a 3rd so far to date. A bit of an unknown, and he's the lowest rated horse here in the field. On to the mares. Munir Athbar, potentially the pick of the 2. Off the rating of 109 here, Elise Jean and Tygo Shea combine with Athbar Racing. Has had 2 runs this season so far for a win and a 2nd. That 2nd coming to Canal de Fost, who did run okay as well in the His Highness the President Cup. The weight relief should see her run a competitive race. And finally, the 10, Tarkdir, Sam Hitchcott and Masaber El Meheri combine here, riding for Khalid Saeed Al Asaid. And this runner has had 33 starts in his career, her career rather, making her the most experienced runner of all the runners here in the field. Off the rating of 95, she's probably carrying a little bit more if this were a handicap than what she would be off the rating here of 95. There's a few with a fair more rating points on her, but nevertheless, she's had the 2 runs so far and targets this event 3rd up for the campaign. That's our runners for the Group 1 Al Maktoum Challenge to kick off Festive Friday for 2025. Runners head to the tunnel.
Well, Mabid was a stable star for Jabba Bitar last year, that is for absolute sure. And his assistant trainer, Arif, has joined me now. How is he on the back of his comeback run?
Yeah, he's much better than last seasons. He's matured. And the way he won in the last race in 7 furlong in Meydan, he's get more improvement. But I was a bit nervous about the track today, and Raiderson gets in suspension, so those two things make me nervous.
Okay, so because of the rain, the track's going to be riding differently. You're concerned about that?
Yes, maybe this horse is a deep track horse, so maybe today is a bit faster. I think so.
But what about stepping back up to the 1600 meters? Is that a positive for him?
Yeah, he can go any distance. It doesn't matter for him. He's a matured horse.
Okay, and you think he's improved on last year? He managed to win 2 Group 1s last season alone. Are we going to build on that record?
Yeah, I hope so. He will do this. I hope so. He's much better than last season. He's an amazing horse now. He's improved much better.
Well, very exciting for the season ahead. He looked brilliant, so very well. Best of luck.
Thanks, Meg. Take care.
Well, it's time for our Best Turned Out award as the sun is setting on Meydan. And a glorious sunset in prospect, no doubt, for this Best Turned Out award. Horse number 2 it's gone to, and that is Mubid. That man leading him around is Abdur Rahman. Well done to him. And he takes home the Best Turned Out prize. What rain? I know what you're thinking. It's gone. We're fine. We're set fair. And Romulo and Carlo behind the screen there, and here's Abdur in front. And Dr. Aliessa is presenting the award, the CEO of PHI Advertising. Our thanks to PHI Advertising for their continued support of the Best Turned Out award. So if there's a fly in the ointment for Meydan, it could be Murad, who's rated 122. Very capable horse, this son of Thaqif. Murad, who just needs to prove he can go on the surface. But otherwise, the Al Ghadir form is very strong from Longchamp. And prior to that, on a line through Kingmaker, he'd be there or thereabouts. But it's just whether he goes on the surface, Meg.
Yeah, absolutely. He is mainly seen racing on the turf in France, and he is very effective at that, a rating of 122. So we know he is very talented indeed. I wonder if this trip is just a little bit short of his best, but the key, I think, is if he handles the dirt this evening.
Now, we've had a look at this horse, Meydan. Arif Khan was saying after he won his first race out here a month ago that he really had left a good bit to work on. Both he and Dr. Javed Bittar. So that would suggest that he'll have come forward for that run, and he'll definitely appreciate this distance over the 1400, where he was still a winner last time.
Yeah, I think so as well. And, you know, he was massively improved last season. He managed to win 2 at the very highest level. And I think he will be able to build on that. And his comeback run was very impressive. And I think, you know, there's concerns about the track this evening, obviously with all the rain that they've had. But I think he's a horse that is just maturing. He's stronger, and I'd be surprised if he doesn't handle it.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how the track rides and whether or not it is, you know, particularly quick now. And then as it gets sort of, you know, turned over, it might change a little bit. We'll see. But traditionally, when you have rain, it should quicken up a little bit because it compacts. All right, there is horse number 9 in the Athbar Racing colours, Munir Athbar, who's got just a little bit to find on ratings, but nothing major. And, you know, she's only 5, so there's a lot of time, given she's a purebred Arabian for her to still improve.
Yeah, for sure, and I think she's another who is maturing, and she ran very well, only narrowly defeated in a Group 3 at Abu Dhabi. She obviously is stepping up in grade, so she is going to have to improve that little bit more. But I think that back on the dirt is no bad thing, and she's one that's certainly got an each-way chance.
Carries the colours of Walker Stars, so we'll see a little bit later on. Here's Blind Date, RB Blind Date. Richie Mullen rides for Musaba Al-Maheri, just 4, this horse, who has been in good form the last couple of starts. Now, this is definitely his distance, but again, this is a bit of a step up against the likes of Meydan and Murad, but we don't know or not whether he's going to be good enough, but there are reasons to be positive.
Yeah, he deserves to take his chance up at this grade, doesn't he? I mean, he's won by seriously wide margins the last couple of starts at Alain, and he's still lightly raced, so there's every reason for him to be improving quite rapidly. As you say, only a 4-year-old, physically getting stronger and stepping up in grade today. We'll see if this is within his reach or not.
Yeah, it's just not that deep, ultimately, is it? You know, we can associate these purebred Arabian races with a lot bigger fields. We've got some real class in here in the form of the top 2, but in behind you could make a case for a good few of them.
Yeah, I think it is pretty open. As you say, Meydan is going to be probably the hard one to beat, but it is an open race in below that. He's got to come out of stall 10 as well, so a bit of a wider draw than would have been probably preferred.
All right, loading process is well underway then, ahead of our opening contest. And you can follow Meydan here on the jockey cam with Danny Tutto wearing it for our first race. So enjoy that, and we'll join Pat Comerford.
Thank you very much, Tom. First race about to get underway here. Group 1 level for the purebred Arabians. We're set to go. Racing now, away they go here in the Al Maktoum Challenge. Tarkdir caught it well, Meydan working forward. We'll have to hustle though to find the lead. It's RB Blind Date and Murad who are going to take it up initially. Meydan sliding up deeper out into 3rd position from Joe Star, Hiyab El Zaman. Half a length back and wide was Tarkdir, even deeper Jafar. Then came Mujaz. It was 3/4 of a length to Munir Athbar and a length and a half. Now to a length and 3/4. Slipping away from the field is Triumph AA as RB Blind Date continues to run at a nice tempo up in the early stages. 14.99, 11.79. Leads by 3/4 of a length to Murad. Caught out wider was Meydan, having to do it the tough way. Joe Star next 4th on the inside, getting plenty of cover. A length and a half to Takdir from Jafar. Then came Hiab El Zaman working alongside Munir Athbar, who's working through runners. And dropping back now to join Triumph AA is Mujaz, who's being outpaced here and looks like he'll be running last. Down the side they go here in the Al Maktoum Challenge at Group 1 level. RB Blind Date stepping up against Proven Company today is now contested on the outside by Murad, who slips on past and goes on by with ease. Mubeed continues on with it. It looks like a two-horse race at the moment. Joe Star now sliding up into third position from RB Blind Date. Best of the rest was Takdir as they come into the straight now, and it's Mubeed and Danny Tudhope who take over the lead from Murad, who's not done with yet. Mubeed's got a race on his hands. Here's Murad finding plenty the rail. Murad making it a race here to Mubeed. These two tussle down the straight here. It's Murad the inside who retakes the lead, half a length, half ahead now to Mubeed. Mubeed kicking back on the inside now. They hit the post. Inside, Murad just from Mubeed. Half ahead on the line. Joe Star third over. A long way to fourth position. Takdir crossed over with Jafar. Then came RB Blind Date. Not up to the class yet. Mojaz was next from Triumph AA. Hiab El Zaman, Munir Athbar. The last one home, Murad. The French colt too sharp there. And, well, Mubeed, he almost got there. He was in front at the turn. Murad saw him to his eye line, and that was enough to get him to find a second breath of wind. And the highest rated horse here, 122 rater, has gone on to make it a nice tussle to the line. 2 rating points between them, and the market had its spot on as well. This was going to be a nice tussle to the line. Murad beats Mubeed, 1:45.92 winner's time. The margin ahead by 5 unofficially, 1, 2, 5 and 10. It's the French colt, Murad, and Yas Racing take the Group 1.
Well, what a race. First of all, 2 horses that are top rated, 122 and 120. Murad Mubeed have fought it out, Megan.
Yeah, we've had an absolute cracker there, haven't we? A real tight finish, and 2 tough horses that really put absolutely everything in. Mubeed looked like he was going to come through to win his race, but Murad down on that inside rail has found that little bit extra and managed to get up by a very narrow margin.
Yeah, and to be fair, Mubeed fought back. I wondered if he went back in front. Maybe he didn't know. He didn't quite, did he? But he lost it, Mubeed, when he turned for home and took it up. He then lugged to his right. So watch here. He takes it up, and then Danny says, don't come over yet. And then what you want to do on the dirt, ideally, is when you take it up like that, you just want to try and get to the rail and, you know, as fairly as possible, shut the door. He didn't have the horse underneath him to do that, which gave Murad the chance to battle back up the inside.
Yeah, I don't think he ever quickened past far enough in order to switch over to get that rail, and I think Sylvester de Souza has given Murad an absolute masterful ride here. He's managed to bounce out the stalls quite quickly and just sit with a really prominent position, and as you see turning in here, we're watching aboard Mubeed here. The winner has got that inside line, and he's always just got that slight advantage.
But it's all going fine from his draw with Mubeed, drawn in stall number 10. It's all going okay at this point. So I think Danny will be happy. When you turn for home is where you start to get going, and then when you level out and straighten up, now's where you want to go. Show that turn of foot and put the race to bed. But you see, Danny has to pull right because he's crossing over without the space on the inside to do so. And unfortunately, the horse is now allowed to battle back up your inner.
Yeah, I also think that Mubeed didn't switch his leads quite as quickly as Danny wanted him to, so he's just had to encourage the horse to change that lead before then really quickening. And because of that, he's just got slightly unbalanced for a stride, and it's allowed Murad back up the inside. But
and Gord, just explain this, so on the changing leads, why you need a horse to change leads there?
the faster and smoother the horse does it, the more balanced they stay, they quicken up. So off the bend, you want to be on that inside lead, get round the bend smoothly, up the straight, switch onto the outside to then quicken and go through the gears. And he just hasn't quite done that for Danny, who's really had to drag him off his stride in order to be able to get to that outside. It's allowed Sylvester de Souza another attempt at getting past on Murad. Both of these horses have really put a lot in. You can see ears flat back there, a real battle to the line.
Unofficial numbers in the Al Maktoum Challenge, round one. 1, 2, 5 and 10. 1, 2, 5 and 10. Murad, your winner, 145.92. Margins confirmed ahead by 4 3/4. 1, 2, 5 and 10. Race 1.
All right, welcome back into the winner's enclosure. A really exciting horse out here. Proved adapt enough to win on this surface, rated 122. What a start to life out here for Murad.
Well, Sylvester de Souza, winning jockey from race 1, has just jumped on the scales here just to weigh back in. He's been getting hugs from all the connections after that Group 1 victory aboard Murad. Sylvester, very well done. You had a really tough partner there to battle back and get up on the line.
Yeah, he was a good willing partner there, and the other horse went a good half length on me, but when he switched lead, he organized himself, and yeah, he battled well. He's a lovely horse going forward. You know, I remember his father finished second in Kahila class when I rolled it, so he's just a pleasure to ride, and he's a horse we think a lot of him, and has a group form in France, so he's entitled to be in this race. It was nice to see him deliver.
And also in France, he was mainly racing on the turf. Switching over to the dirt was a bit of a question, but he seemed to handle that really well.
I wouldn't fault him on the dirt, and you know, and as I say, we have plans for him for the Kahila, so we keep dreaming.
Okay, well, exciting for him, but it's an exciting night for you as well, because you're not finished just yet. You've got a big chance in our next race on Meydan. How do you see him running?
Well, he's a lovely horse, and it's a very competitive race, but he comes to the race in great form.
And just a real quick one. Last year you managed to win the championship, which was obviously amazing. You're leading it again. Are we going for another one?
I think this year it's going to be a little bit more tight, and you know, last year I had a bit more free times in my hands, but obviously now I'm associated to Jabal Ali stable. I have to counter with the rides from them, and we give a go.
Well done, Sylv.
Thank you. Thanks.
And correct weight is given in the Al Maktoum Challenge. Correct weight, right to pay, 125 and 10, 125 and 10. Murad, your winner, 145.92. Margins ahead by 4 3/4. Correct weight, race 1.
Trophy presentation number 1 then, and it was for a group run for purebred Arabians, the Al Maktoum Challenge Round 1, sponsored by Imar. Please welcome to the stage to make the presentation Mr. Ahmad Al-Matrushi, the Executive Director of Imar Properties, and our thanks again to Imar for supporting the entirety of the card, this first of the big race nights at Meydan this season, Festive Friday. Thank you to Mr. Ahmad Al-Matrushi. He'll be presenting 3 awards. First of all, on behalf of the winning owners of our winner, please welcome to the stage Claude Piccone and Sultan Al-Jahuri. Representing Yas Racing, and a great success for Yas in this division. They've had a number of great horses before. And now our second trophy goes to the winning trainer. That, of course, of Murad is Majid Al-Jahuri, and please welcome Majid to the stage to collect the award alongside Hamdan Al-Jahuri and Caro de Boer. Well done to Majid Al-Jahuri. And now the winning rider. Please welcome Silvestre de Souza. And once again, we can all come back together, if you will, please. Thank you very much. Yas Racing representatives, Majid Al-Jahuri, Silvestre de Souza. The winning connections of race number 1, the Group 1 Al Maktoum Challenge, sponsored by Imar. Please put your hands together for Murad. Well, Murad's assistant trainer, Sultan Al-Jahuri, also representing Yas Racing, joins me. That was very exciting. Well done. Did you have high hopes?
First of all, I would like to thank His Highness Sheikh Mansour bin Zayed to give us this opportunity with a wonderful horse. I would like to thank also the whole team of Yas Racing and the jockeys. Murad, he's he came just earlier, maybe 1 month ago, 1 month and a half. We work with him. He's tough horse. He needed this race, and he proved to us he's a high-class horse.
And he proved that he can really battle. He had to be very tough to battle back.
Yeah, it's a short distance to him. First time in dirt. We are so happy as he's performed today.
When might we see him again? What's the next race?
We will see with my father, the trainer. But usually we'll go around 2 or maybe Saudi. We will see. We'll discuss with His Highness, inshallah.
He looks very exciting for this season. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much. Well done. All right, you can head into gates 3 and 4 to enjoy some classical music, to see that huge Christmas tree and see the presents underneath it. I think they're empty, so don't take them home, but head to that Christmas tree, get some pictures around there on what is Festive Friday. You might even see Santa somewhere, so keep your eyes peeled, but it's very festive inside. So in between races, get yourself in there and enjoy all things festive, gates 3 and 4.
Well, the racehorses have been a little bit quicker than I have to get down the tunnel to the paddock. But I have met one of the stars of the show here in Palomera, who is, well, one of the outriders and a very professional pony here that is actually coming to look after Native Approach, take him down to the start and look after him. You must love your job. I mean, this guy's a dude.
Oh, yeah, no, I definitely do like the job. Yeah, he's a good boy. He does his job.
I want to swap. Can we swap next time?
Well, a lot of people want to swap with us.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. That looks like good fun. The horses are heading down. Palomera's got to go and actually do some work because I want to just feed him polos all evening. Good boy. So we better go and see the racehorses because there's a few of these that are looking an absolute picture.
And welcome back here to the parade ahead of race number 2 here on the card. We welcome in our runners for the Business Bay Challenge. Let's head to our first horse. Number 1 is Meydan. He's a multiple group winner here at Meydan, and he returns here to a suitable track. 1 run under the belt at Abu Dhabi, and he returns here coming in off a nice second there to Dark Trooper. He looks in fantastic order. He draws well. He's off the rating of 111. Silvestre de Souza looking for an early double. He partners here with Michael Costa. Followed up next here by number 2, that is Make Me King. He also comes out of the same race, His Highness the President Cup for the Thoroughbreds. Hamad Al-Jahani and James Doyle combine here on the 5-year-old gelding by Dark Angel. He's drawn a little sticky here for this run. You'd say the Abu Dhabi Gold Cup potentially on the cards for him, or some features here in the new year. But it looks a nice little next step for him as he continues to gain fitness towards some big preparations and some big targets later on in the season. Make Me King, another likely hope, but the wide draw is a tad concerning. Here is a native approach. We've got 4 runners for Godolphin. Here's a former Godolphin runner, the 4-year-old gelding by Too Darn Hot. Ahmed bin Hamish combines with Sam Hitchcott for Humdan Hamish. This runner has been a Meydan winner as well in the past, which potentially holds him in good stead as well. He's had the 2 runs so far. He also comes out of the run there at Abu Dhabi, running 6th in the His Highness the President Cup prep race, beaten 3 lengths on that occasion. So he was around abouts with the major hopes in the race. That should hold him in good stead to run a good race here tonight. He hasn't been able to find the winning post first in quite some time, Mysterious Night. He loves running second, but he returns here for a new preparation, and he has run well here at the track in the past. He'll be looking to kick off a win here, the 5-year-old gelding by Dark Angel first up. We last saw him at Meydan. He didn't race back in Europe over the summer. He's had a long break off and returns here after 287 days. Here's the market mover overseas. There's been a big go on Al Qudra. He was as much as 4 or 5 to 1 only an hour ago, and he's now coming into almost favouritism to contest his stablemate in Mysterious Night. Al Qudra, well back, the 3-year-old colt by No Nay Never, and he's also returning first up. Billy Lofnan rides for Charlie Appleby, spots the white cap. Number 6 is Roi de France, the son of See the Stars for El Laith Racing and Julio Olajuara. Pat Dobbs rides off the rating of 104, drawn out in 14, the widest of the gates. Number 7 is Vaffatino, the son of New Bay here for Charlie Fellows and Ardrey de Vries, also a 104 rater. He's had 32 starts in his career so far, 6 wins and also 11 minor placings amassed on top of that as well. He makes his Meydan debut here tonight. Potentially a horse that may appreciate a little bit of sting out of the ground here for his first run in country. Anno Domini, Charlie Appleby and Richard Mullen combine here, red cap, and has drawn a little wide on the course here. Charlie Appleby with, as we said, 3 runners in the race, Godolphin with 4. He draws the widest of the chances in the event. Last seen at Newmarket, he went down half a length there. That was in April. But before that, he hadn't run since October 2024. So he's had a pretty interrupted couple of preparations, but we welcome him back to the races, the son of New Bay. Nine is Andreas Vesalius, Connor Beasley and Ahmed bin Hamish combining here with the son of Caravaggio. Last seen here at Group 3 level on the 7th of March 2025. He's had 3 runs since then, 2 of them in season here now, both of those at Abu Dhabi on the turf. He's 3rd up here for the campaign and tackles Meydan for the first time this season. Kanjar was a bold run last time out on the dirt, just going down to Telemark on that occasion. He switches over to the turf here for tonight's event and comes into this certainly fitter than last start. 3rd up for the campaign, the 6-year-old gelding by Kodiak, and Masaba Al-Maheri and Danny Tudhope combine here. Mountbatten was an impressive winner in his 2nd up run for the season. He is having his 4th run for the season so far. Ben Cohen rides for Masaba Al-Maheri, and we welcome Mountbatten back to Meydan. He hasn't had a run here in quite some time. Looking forward to seeing how he goes here, as we said, already with a win this season. 12 is Justino Francisco Leandro Goncalves rides for Haras La Providencia and Julio Olajuara. This runner here, the 5-year-old colt by Full Mast, has had 3 wins from 5 starts. And, well, although he's run here before in the past, he makes his turf debut here at Meydan. Here is the 13, Mirzabak Kapushev rides Eraz for Ali El Badwawi, the 6-year-old gelding by Showcasing. Draws well, but would need to put in a really good run here off the rating of 90. He's certainly lowly rated for this contest. Syed bin Saror with the 1 runner, Dubai Beach, the filly by Blue Point comes in. She gets 55 kilos here for tonight's assignment. 3 wins and 2 seconds from the 8 starts off the rating of 96. Lightweight should help. That's our look at the runners here for race number 2. It is the Business Bay Challenge at listed level, and runners make their way out here to the 1400 metre marker for tonight's contest.
Okay, well, cantering down with the jockey cam, Adre de Vries is giving us his view aboard Vaffortino. He will be coming out of stall number 10. So whilst the horses canter down to the start, I thought I'd better grab a word with one trainer who is pretty busy this evening. Michael Costa, you've got a really live chance here with Marban. How is he on the back of his return?
Very well. We sent him to the Abu Dhabi race, and you know, the week before we still thought he was a little bit of fitness to come. So we're very happy with the way he ran. He's tightened up nicely, and we're expecting a bold run tonight.
And you must have been out to have a walk on the track this evening. It's obviously our first turf race of the night. How do you feel about the conditions out there?
I think it's great considering the rain we had. I don't think it's too far off the track we had the other week, so it's trained really well. I think the club's done a great job, and I think it'll run pretty fair tonight.
Well, he's got a nice draw to come out, that's for sure. Later on this evening, you've got plenty of other runners. Is there any horse in particular we should be keeping an eye on?
We've got 3 2-year-olds in the last race, and a couple having the first start, and Masood is a horse that got home really well. So I'd hate to tip the wrong one, but I'd probably stick with the 2 colts in the last.
Okay, well, very exciting. Hopefully Marban can get you off to the right start. Best of luck.
Thank you, cheers.
Mysterious Night, El Qudra, Vaffortino, Mountbatten, Arno Domini, Andreas.
It's best turnout time, and it's got to Vaffortino back out here now with Charlie Fellows. Adre de Vries rides, and best turned out. Well done to Mohammed Zakir, who takes home the prize for his horse being best turned out. These are the guys that make it happen. Romulo and Carlo, we good?
Good.
Good, very good?
Yeah, very good, very good.
Carlo's even better, and I knew it. I could tell just by looking at him. Here's Mohammed receiving his Best Turned Out award. Thanks to Mr. Ali Essa, the CEO of PHI Advertising, for their continued support of the Best Turned Out Horse Award. Well done to Mohammed Zakir, and he takes home the Best Turned Out prize. Well done to those chaps involved. Let me take you through the runners here. So you've got Marban in there, who must have a really good chance here. I came down with Marban. And Make Me King, Native Approach, Mysterious Night, who's going to be popular, Al Qudra, also for Charlie, Happy Rider France, Vaffortino, Anno Domini, another one for Charlie, Andreas Vesalius. Who was Andreas Vesalius?
You're asking the wrong person. Yeah. It's probably from an old film or something.
Not from Gladiator, is it?
Maybe.
Anyway, Kanja, Mountbatten, Justino, Iraz, Dubai. But you don't predate Gladiator, surely?
No, but maybe. Anyway.
You make me feel old. Right, let's have a look at number 4, Mysterious Night. What do we think? I just wondered whether we'd take a step forward for this, whereas Marban's had a run, but one of the obvious ones without a doubt.
Yeah, well, he's William Buick's pick, with the yard having 3 runners. So that is an automatic sort of attraction, I suppose, and he's a pretty consistent horse. But as you say, we haven't seen him since March, and Marban, who he came up against that day, has the fitness edge. So I think, yeah, the difference in a run could really be shown here. I thought Marban looked an absolute picture. I thought Mysterious Night looked well too, but he just could tuck up that little bit, I think, for this evening's start.
Okay, this is Marban, who bumped into Dark Trooper last time. Finished ahead of Mysterious Night a couple of times last year. Obviously now carries 59 as opposed to 57, is it? Yeah, for Mysterious Night. We're still giving the horse weight in one of the defeats last year, but I like the idea that he's had a go now, and that should bring him forward for this, which will be a key target.
Yeah, and I know he obviously has that extra weight, but it's because he is capable of winning up at the Group 2 level, and this is probably a race where he is more than capable of defying that penalty. And look, I thought he looked a picture beforehand. He's a very strong traveller, and he's got a lovely draw in stall 2. Sylvester de Souza already on the winners this evening. His confidence is going to be high, and he was positive when speaking about this horse prior to the race.
There's the stalls camera. You see them heading round behind the stalls. And as Megan told you, your jockey cam is Adrian de Vries on Vaffatino. Always gives you a great sight of how the race unfolds. Final thoughts, Megan?
I think that this is a fascinating race, our first one out on the turf. I'm interested, my pick here, Marban, but I do think that Charlie Appleby has a strong hand. Where's the pace going to come from? Could Al Qudra go forward? Make Me King, tricky draw out in 13, might stop him from being too prominent, but I thought that tactically it could be fascinating. Kanja from stall 5 under Danny Tudhope, he could be one to go forward as well.
Gladiator was the year 2000. You're going to tell me you were like 2?
Yeah, maybe 3 just.
Great. Cool. No, that's cool. I like that.
I thought you were about to sing some Busted or something when you were coming out with a year like that.
Don't. Right, we're the Warriors down here. We can head up and join the Emperor, Pat Comerford.
Thank you very much, Tom. Looks a nice race. This does the Business Bay Challenge as we kick off our listed and group contests for the evening. Big sight will be on the track here and how it handles. It's a bit of an unknown as well. Many have walked it. Says it's potentially soft to heavy, but we'll know more here on the times and also how it races in general. So all eyes on the track as Al Qudra comes up here for Billy Lofnan to complete the line. Field of 14 here for the listed Business Bay Challenge. Ready to go. Set. Away now. Make Me King, one of the first to jump with Can Jar. Justino works up out wider. Mysterious Night also handy with Vaffatino. Marban up on the inside, sneaking through here to an inside spot, and will now have to settle for 5th here as they close up ranks from Al Qudra. Half a length back to Mountbatten. Out on the outside was Make Me King, who's caught a little deep here from Native Approach. Then came Eraz along with Dubai Beach. Joining them inside there was Arnaud Domini from Ra de France, and the last one is Andreas Versalius. Justino wanting to roll them along here at the 800-metre marker. 13.72, 11.42. So running just outside a standard time. And it's Justino who leads the way by a length and a half here to Kanjar in second. A length and 3/4 Mysterious Night. Marban getting a good run the rail. Next was Vaffatino from Al Qudra, Mountbatten, Make Me King, and Dubai Beach caught 4 or 5 deep round the bend. From Arnaud Domini, Andreas Versalius, then came Eraz and Ra de France as they hit the leave 350, and Justino comes back to them. Kanjar now up to its eye line from Mysterious Knight. Meydan looking for an inside passage, making runs. El Kudra, Vaffatino, Make Me King the widest. It's Kanjar from Mysterious Knight who looms up large. Kanjar from Mysterious Knight. Kanjar fighting ever so hard the inside. Mysterious Knight bobs and wins. Mysterious Knight only just from Kanjar. Meydan photo fourth. Andreas Versalius may have got home there from last. Then came El Kudra from Vaffatino, Make Me King, Native Approach. Next over Mountbatten from Arnaud Domini. Then came Wa de France from Dubai Beach, and Eras, the last one home. It could be the night that we have been expecting here, and Godolphin, William Buick, it could be a big night on the cards for them. Nodger's out. Kanjar, who has to settle for second once again, and he's broken the run of seconds, has Mysterious Knight to go on and take out race number 2 here. The Business Bay Challenge at listed level, 4 beats 10, margin of short head.
Well, an exciting Charlie Appleby after getting his first winner of the night. Charlie, well done. Mysterious Knight there. He was positioned handy the whole way, and he's managed to just grind it down at the right time.
Yeah, Will had a great posse round there. His homework had been good, and as we know, he's been a consistent old horse around here without really getting his head in front. So I did think when William gave him the office, I thought, right, it's a chance to go and do it tonight. And full credit to horse and jockey, and well done to the team here who've done a great job getting them ready.
And he's obviously been off the track for quite a while. Do you feel there's improvement to come on the back of this evening?
There possibly is. I mean, look, like I say, he was fit. I was pretty confident he was fit coming into this evening. But as always, you know, that you can't beat a race underneath your belt. And so I think there'll be a little bit. But we'll just see what Will's got to say, whether we stick to this trip or whether we step up to the for the Zabeel Mile.
Okay, well, exciting things to come. Plenty of runners later on this evening. A really quick word on Opera Ballo. I can't wait to see him back on the track. How has he been handling training in Dubai?
Very well. He's a horse that's training's always been the easy part of his career. It's just once he gets in those gates, he's a different beast, as we've seen there before. You know, twice we've ran him at Newmarket, and you know, to no avail. Headstrong. So you know, hopefully William tonight will be able to get him parked up in behind something and get him switched off, because he's an annoying horse in the fashion. You can't teach him anything at home because he's so relaxed. But anyway, we'll see what sort of a horse we're dealing with tonight.
Yeah, look forward to seeing him back on the track. Well done, and good luck for the rest of the evening.
Brilliant. Thanks very much.
Unofficial numbers in the Business Bay Challenge, sponsored by Imar. 4, 10, 1, 9. 4, 10, 1 and 9. Mysterious Knight, your winner, 1:23.79 winner's time. Margins a short head by 1 1/4. 4, 10, 1, 9. Race 2.
First winner of the night in the Godolphin Blue. Could be a first of a few. Well done to Charlie Appleby. Well done to William Buick and Godolphin as we welcome back in the first thoroughbred winner of the night, Mysterious Knight.
Well, William Buick has just managed to steer Mysterious Night to victory. William, I must say, I thought that was tactically a pretty perfect ride. You've managed to get him up right on the line. Well done. Did you feel as if he was really giving you 100% tonight, which maybe we've questioned in the past?
No, he was giving me everything tonight. You know, he's getting a bit older now. That bit of give on the foot probably helped him a bit tonight. But look, he ran well last year in a couple of races, and where I suppose things didn't really go his way, where today he jumped well, and I was able to put him where he needed to be. And look, he you know, I know he didn't win by very far, but I did always think I was going to get past.
Well, confidence, that is key. And what about the ground conditions? Obviously, we've had lots of rain. How did you feel the turf was riding?
It rode fair. The ground's just drying out, but it felt even all over, taking the rain very well, I would say.
And just one more question. We're going to get to see you in action plenty more this evening. In the sprint for Simon and Ed Crisford, Cover Up. He's a horse that has won on testing ground before. Will he like it out there tonight?
He has won on it.
He's a horse that has won on testing ground before. Will he like it out there tonight?
He has won on it. I don't think you would choose it for him, though. I think he's a real fast ground horse, flat track, which, you know, the flat track here at Meydan suits him. Look, the ground wouldn't play to his strengths, but I think he...
(4:10.1 4:10.19. Mysterious Night, your confirmed winner. 1:23.79 winner's time. Confirmed margins. A short head by 1. Correct weight, race 2.
So, Mysterious Night takes out a really good renewal of the listed Business Bay Challenge, sponsored by MR. To make the presentation, we'll welcome to the stage Mr. Ahmed Al-Falasi from MR Properties. And our thanks again to MR for supporting this evening's racing. And he'll be presenting once again 3 awards. And we might see these people again tonight, given the ammunition they're unleashing a little bit later on. First of all, we welcome, on behalf of the winning owners Godolphin, Sophie Chrétien. And please welcome the winning trainer, Charlie Appleby. Well done to Charlie, and well done to this man. The winning rider, ladies and gentlemen, William Buick. So everyone can come back together. Well done to Will, Sophie Chrétien, and to Charlie Appleby. Our thanks to Ahmed Al-Falassi for presenting the awards on behalf of MR. Winner of the Business Bay Challenge, ladies and gentlemen, Mysterious Night. Faces at the races time. Look out for our randomly roaming cameras as we search for a smile, and that smile will win you. There, that's it, that smile and a wave will win you 500 dirham. You, sir, have a lovely smile. You look like you want 500 dirham. You do as well, madam. You've gone for the kiss and wave. Excellent. Can we lift the kiss and wave with? No, just a little wave. That's fine. But who is going to win? Faces at the races tonight. Oh, I thought it might be the blonde lady, but it's you, madam. Perhaps you can share it. The crash zoom made me think it was your friend, but no, it's you. 500 dirham is coming your way.
Well, we were saying before our last race that the ponies, the Outback riders, are so valuable here. And up in the pre-parade ring, we've got number 1, Gissar, who has lost a shoe during the saddling up process. So she's going to have to be reshod. Obviously, the main part of the runners have gone down to the paddock already. So a bit of company here with one of the ponies coming to join her while she gets that shoe replaced. Her off hind shoe, she's just pulled that off. And so the farrier will be at work now to get that on nice and quickly, and hopefully she can stay nice and relaxed. A few of these fillies were getting a little bit wound up. Number 6, she was 6C. She was getting a little bit warm up there as well, and so I think it's going to be a race with a few fillies being a little bit on edge. We want to keep an eye on them down in the paddock, that is for sure. Hopefully we won't be delayed too much while this shoe is replaced, but we may be waiting a minute or two whilst the farrier is hard at work.
Welcome back in, ladies and gentlemen, here for the Shahama Stakes. 210,000 up for grabs here for the fillies. Let's head into the parade. First horse is number 2. That is a Sweet Sunshine for Veronica Jandova. Mikhail Brava to do the riding for LT Racing. The 2-year-old colt by Ifraj has had 4 starts to date for 2 wins and 2 seconds over in Scandinavia. It makes its debut here tonight in the UAE. Looking forward to seeing how Sweet Sunshine fares. Has had some experience back home and certainly comes into this with more experience than others. Number 5 is next, Asian Queen, the 2-year-old filly by Tis the Law. This one here for his first run. Number 6 is a 6y, the filly here by Daredevil. Ben Cohen heading out early on the Michael Bell trained runner. He is has had the 1 start she has here at Kempton on the all-weather at novice level. Beaten 6.3 lengths there on that occasion. That was in September. She's been freshened up for this. 7 is a Serena Fierce, the 2-year-old filly by Cantharos for Salam bin Gadaya. Case Albacete to ride, spots the black cap. Drawn out in 15 here for this assignment tonight. Going to be a little tough from that position. On that only occasion at the races, in behind Juno, who she faces once again, and ran 5th on that occasion, beaten 21 lengths. Would need to improve. Another one of our Scandinavian runners here, Karma Bling, the filly by Memas. For Bling Enterprise, Neil Peterson trains, Carlos Lopez riding. Drawn a little wide as well, has had a couple of runs at overall Jagersbro and also Bro Park as well before heading across here. Last start, ran 2nd on that occasion, only just beaten there. So heads into this with some experience, but yet to break through in those 3 starts to date. 9 is Labois, arguably the better of the 2 chances for Salam bin Gadaya on form. Ran 4th to Juno last time to the races, beaten 11.5 lengths there. Hopefully will take some natural improvement out of that performance. Stays at the same track and distance. Lady Garfield's had the benefit of 1 run here on the track, ran 8th on that occasion down the track behind Lino Padrino. Margin probably doesn't give the effort justice, with the winner being a tearaway winner there. Also drawn a little wide in 11, Miroslav Neslenik trains, Tygo Shea to do the riding. Mayana should take a natural improvement after the first run. Trial leading into the first race was good. She just got left a little bit there behind a hot tempo set up there by the eventual winner in Lino Padrino. Comes up against her own sex here tonight, does the daughter of Street Sense for Fauzina Sanadri de Vries, potentially a horse who could run a lot better than her overseas quote suggests. 12, Paint Your Palette, is having its first run for Jamie Osborne and Safi Osborne to ride for Jim and Claire Limited. The daughter of McLean's Music, well bred for the dirt, draws a middle alley here for the debut run. .13 is a Sonnet 16, the filly by Spun to Run for the My Racing Syndicate and Hassani Racing. Doug Watson and Pat Dobbs combine here. Also draws a middle alley, but a horse with a fair few unknowns. We'll know much more tonight. Star Mirage has had the 2 runs in its career. Already had the run here at Meydan behind Juno, running 3rd there, beaten 5.5. Has got some okay form behind some of the major hopes in the race, and you'd say will take some natural improvement now with the track experience. Number 4 is Juno, who was a fantastic winner on debut, showed plenty of maturity and promise there, the daughter of Rock Your World. Connor Beasley rides for Ahmed bin Hamish. Connor Beasley on board once again, off the rating of 80 after that debut win, and did cop the 1 kilo penalty for it. Here is the runner-up to Juno from that debut run. Char Reed looks another horse who has come on very well, come on in the coat and also condition-wise as well. For Sky Racing, Sylvester de Souza does the riding. Another live chance in this third event. Number 1 is Geesa. This is a horse who has yet to lose. 2 starts for 2 wins at Wolverhampton and Southall on the all-weather tracks. Both wins at novice level. Carries the 59 kilos here for tonight's race. Draws well in 2, rated 78. And last but not least, we have number 3 in Piana, the filly by Zelzal for SCEA Haras de Forets. Nicola Corlery, we welcome him back to Dubai once again. Danny Tudhope to ride 2 seconds tonight for Danny's looking to get that first win for the Knights, and he jumps aboard here, draws the ace for tonight's assignment. 1 win from those 5 starts to date, rated 84. A live chance in the race if she handles the dirt. That's our look at the runners who make their way to the tunnel here for the 3rd race of the night, the Shahama Stakes, over 7 on the dirt track.
Well, it's an exciting night for Jamie Osborne with Stable Star Heart of Honour running a little bit later. But Jamie, firstly I want to ask you about your filly here, Paint Your Palette. She's obviously unraced, so what can you tell us about her?
Well, she was the first reserve filly to come here. We have another filly here that sadly isn't going to be able to run, so we brought her in last minute. She's a very nice filly, but as you can see there, she's big and she's a bit raw. We weren't able to get a run into her in the UK before she came here. I think given time, I think she's decent. I would worry today that it's first day at school. She's going to need a bit of education. And she might not just be as fit as I can possibly get her for later in the Carnival.
Okay, so she's one that we should put in our notebooks to keep an eye on for further down the line. I mean, physically, she already looks like a 3-year-old.
Yeah, she's a big unit. Yeah, you know, she's a big quality filly. She's got a good pedigree, and she shows a good level of ability. As I say, it wasn't our original plan to have her here, so her preparation has been a little bit hurried. For that reason, I think she could just need the experience tonight.
Okay, and what about Heart of Honour, who returned here with a pretty emphatic victory, but I suppose he's got to step it up again tonight.
Yeah, this will be a test for him. It's the first time he's been against older horses. You know, he's got proper Group 1 horses in there to contend with, so we will see how the 2 form lines sort of collide. I would be very hopeful that he is up to standard, but it's going to be a test for him.
I can sense the nerves a little bit.
I'm never nervous.
That's such a lie. Jamie, very best of luck, and hopefully we'll be catching up with you after.
Thank you.
All right, let's have a look at these. That is, she's been ponied down to the start for the Shahama Stakes for the fillies. She's so impressive physically, Megan.
Tom, she's blown me away in the prelims. I mean, she is an absolute monster. She's a really big, strong filly. And I think actually having seen her, it's sort of almost has taken me by surprise how well she has gone on, managed to win on her debut, because she looks as if she's only going to keep getting better and better with time and experience. A little bit buzzy there down at the start. You can see Connor Beasley just taking his feet out of the irons to try and keep her relaxed. She's got a bit of company from one of the ponies there, and hopefully she can just settle now she's down and behind the stalls.
From this, we can break away and do the Best Turned Out Awards, which I can tell you is number 2. That is number 2, Sweet Sunshine. Well done to the winning groom. It takes home 650 dirham. I don't recognise this groom, Megan, but you do, don't you? Who is that?
Alias Khan.
Yes, great. Of course it is. Yes, Alias Khan. I didn't recognise him from this side, but I can tell it is now. Well done to Alias. And he takes home 650 dirham. That is being presented by Ali Essa. Well done to our Christmas kids in tonight. You can go and get one of those Christmas hats for you, Santa hats, being given out tonight. And Mr. Aliesa giving the handshake to Alias Khan, who takes home 650 dirham, presented on behalf of PHI Advertising. Great, I will correct that later, thank you. So the Shahama Stakes, and of course, because this is a special race night, it's 750 dirham to the winning groom. That's 750 dirham to the winning groom of our Best Turned Out Award. Our thanks again to PHI Advertising. And here are our runners. Got Giza, Sweet Sunshine, Piana, Asian Queen, Sixie, Cesara Fierce, Karma Bling, Labwa, Lady Garfield. Nice big field here. Mayana, Paint Your Palette. Another sizable filly. Sonnet 16, Star Mirage and Charid. In fact, those two, Star Mirage and Charid, came out of the race won by last time. I wasn't convinced, Megan, that Star Mirage moved perfectly for the surface last time, but we'll see.
Yeah, she's a slighter filly than some of her rivals, more sort of athletic and narrow, and she just ran a little bit keen in the early stages, so she's going to have to settle better, and she's got a pretty tricky draw to overcome out in 13. I am not convinced she's going to be able to turn the form around with, from what we have seen previously. But what I would say is the 3 fillies mentioned have been better behaved than plenty of them. There was a few in the prelims that were getting pretty lit up. Gissar had to obviously have a shoe replaced, and she was getting on her toes up at the pre-parade ring, as was Sixie. She was getting a little bit, I think, waspy is the word to use. She was just on edge a little bit. She had to have 2 handlers.
Describe waspy.
Well, just...
So what's the difference between waspy and fresh?
and fresh.
Well, like, like waspy is what? Like buzzy?
Yeah, she just looked like she had a little bit of sort of anger in her, I suppose, and she was just on edge, and she took 2 handlers to calm her down, and she went down to the start, I think one of the first ones down there with that red hood on, which has now been taken off, but she was just a bit edgy, so we want to keep an eye on her, but there was a few that were getting a little bit warmed up. Has lit up now that she's down at the start, but was good in the prelims, and actually the filly in shot, Charid, was probably one of the better behaved. She's quite relaxed, and considering she's only had a limited experience, I thought that she was taking everything pretty well.
Yeah, and she did run really well last time, but I thought was good value for the win. But as Pat was pointing out in our preview, they had the Colt, who was very, very impressive, Union Security, who then didn't necessarily come on for that first go.
Just loading into the stalls there, you can see that is 60, we're just saying, was a little bit on edge. Ben Cohen's had to get off her and is getting back on board once she's in the stalls and loaded on her own. So, yeah, she's showing a few quirks there for the Michael Bell team.
Go on, you can wrap it up for us. Your final thoughts on this race as a whole, Megan?
Okay, well, plenty of inexperienced fillies here, but I do think it's going to be staying at home with who can build on that recent victory. She's coming out of stall 8, and if there's plenty of pace on, like there was on her debut, she should just be able to slot in behind them, and I imagine she'll be one of those that finishes well late on.
You can ride along with Connor Beasley on with the jockey cam. We'll show you that after. And it's going to give you a great view. She won't be too far away from the early skirmish, I wouldn't have thought, but might have 1 or 2 in front of her. We will see as this race unfolds. Race number 3, here's Pat.
Shaping up to be a very, very nice event, this one here. 15 horses, and you can make a case for a good chunk. Up comes Meydan. Nearly 40 to 1 available for her overseas. Her trials were impressive. I think she just got beaten by a really hot tempo on a night that you couldn't make ground. I haven't got her on top here, but that's big overs there, the 11. As an each-way prospect, up comes Paint Your Palette. We've got about half a dozen left to load. Serena Fierce, Karma Bling still out. Seemed to have settled once again. She was getting a little bit restless there behind the gates. And just on the way around, she's very fizzed up, but has seemed to have come back in within herself now. Karma Bling to load forward, and the last 2 will be Asian Queen and Serena Fierce. 210,000 here for the Shahama Stakes, a conditions event for the fillies. And all eyes will be on gate number 8 here. Classy winner on debut. Serena Fierce loads away. 1,400 metres here for the Shahama Stakes. Ready to run. Racing. Away they go. 60 a little slow with Meydan, who's dropped away there early. Almost taken herself out of the race. Lady Garfield in the back division with Serena Fierce. Labois, the stablemate though of Serena Fierce, straight onto the bunny. Leading the way by a half a length. Getting closer now. Out wider. Pace is good early. Charid deeper out. And also there was Star Mirage. 60 behind them. Geisa gets a good run in 5th position. A length and a half now. 2 lengths to Sweet Sunshine, who works alongside Piana. 3 lengths to Karma Bling from Lady Garfield, recovering deeper. 60 next from Asian Queen Meydan. Then came back in the field here was Paint Your Palette and Serena Fierce's last. Labois the leader from the margin a half length. Charid 3rd and 3 wide. 4 deep now, Star Mirage, and is pouring on the pressure out deeper. Good pace. In behind them, Geisa dropping away from the main division, but racing in isolation here. It's 8 lengths back to Piana in 6th position from Karma Bling, and these are going to have to put in a monumental effort to win. Leaders kick away here. Labois, Star Mirage doing a double time the whole way around the track. Charid next. Labois finding more. Labois at the 200 into the final furlong, putting a real good side in here. 3 lengths in advance of Star Mirage. Charid, dropping away. 60 coming from a long way back, but it's all Labois. Labois, gate to wire, wins the fillies race by 2.5. Star Mirage runs over into 2nd from Charid. 60's rattled home. Same can be said from Lady Garfield. Then came midfield, running along over the line with Geisa and also Asian Queen. Then came Karma Bling, a gap to Piana from Paint Your Palette, Sweet Sunshine, Serena Fierce, and Sonnet 16, the last one to greet the judge. Labois Salam bin Gudaya on the board tonight. The 2-year-old filly by Charlatan. Bernardo Pinheiro wanted the lead. Good front-running rider, and he's done exactly that here tonight with Labois. Has really improved off that last start. Maybe needed to find the lead last time out and couldn't do so. She's a different kind of filly when she finds the top here. Labois, impressive.
Well, we talked about the horses that have come out the Uno race, but not so much on this one because she was pretty well held, but she's dominated start to finish and clearly taken a big step forward. And at the back of my mind, you know, maybe the Ahmed bin Hamash 2-year-olds were really revved up for their first go, but they haven't necessarily kicked on for it.
Yeah, look, this filly was pretty keen on debut before weakening late, but today she was ridden prominently, but she relaxed and got into a much better rhythm, and she's clearly that bit fitter. That experience initially obviously has helped her too, but Tom Meydan never headed from stall 3. She got across to that rail, and I mean, she's just got into a great rhythm.
It's early days, isn't it? But two races on the dirt course have held up very well pace-wise. That time, 1:26.46 was comparison to last year when Flamma Sunshine took it, was a little bit slower. So I think there's depth to this track. I think it's pretty deep, but it was also finding some of them out, and it doesn't seem like it's easy to get involved from off it currently. That could, of course, change depending on what the early fractions are. But it was a 4-way go here, but the filly on the inside did best of them.
Yeah, and she was best positioned, wasn't she? As I say, out of the best draw as well. She got across to that rail. Uno was ridden a bit more prominently, and she was weakening late on. My eye was caught to 60, who was pretty revved up beforehand, but she was a bit immature and showed a sort of lack of pace early doors, but she flew home and she might even have grabbed 4th late on.
Yeah, she's run well.
She's run really well. I wouldn't be surprised to see her running over further potentially at some point, but she's absolutely flown up the home straight. So a good run for her on her UAE debut, but it wasn't closing quick enough to catch our winner Labois, who was pretty impressive in the end.
Yeah, and she's beaten the first 3 and 4 of the first 6 home have come out that Uno race, with Uno faring worst of them. And this filly has dominated Labois, and it'd be nice for the yard to have a top 3-year-old, which is going to become soon on their hands, and she could force her way into that bracket off the back of this performance. Labois wins race number 3.
The unofficial numbers in the Shahama Stakes, sponsored by Yamaha: 9, 14, 15 and 6. 9, 14, 15, 6. Labois goes all the way in front. 1:26.46 winners time. Margins 2.5 by 1.5. 9, 14, 15 and 6. Race 3.
So welcome back in, Bernardo Pinheiro. We'll hear from him shortly with Megan Nichols, winner of race number 3, Labois.
Well, we are flying through this evening's card. Race 3 already out the way, and our winner, Labois, she's just going to cross behind us here, but I've been joined by winning jockey Bernardo. That was pretty impressive. She was sharp out the gates, and then it was pretty straightforward from there.
Yeah, you know, the team has this filly. We expect much from her. She's very quiet feeling there. Any 2 years old, the race day is different as trial, you know, just the lights, the crowd, the pressure, so and distance, and I still believe it's a filly that fortunate as a plan, you know, good draw, she jumps well, so I managed to take a brief on the turn, and of course when I look after her.
In the next Desperate Hero, how is he coming into today's race?
You know, he's an amazing horse. He came very high.
Okay, presentation time for our third contest, and we welcome once again Mr. Ahmad Al-Matrushi, the Executive Director at MR Properties, to make the presentation for the MR-sponsored Shahama Stakes for these juvenile fillies. Thank you to Mr. Al-Matrushi. And collecting the prize, we can welcome, collecting on behalf of His Highness Sheikh Hamdan bin Mohammed Al Maktoum, please welcome Mohammed bin Touk. So this week we saw Bahrain National Day, the Kingdom of Bahrain National Day. Can we please have your attention, ladies and gentlemen, now for the Bahrain National Anthem. All right, we'll do Faces of the Races shortly, but I do want to tell you that someone has won a car. Our thanks to Altair Motors for this person that has won a car. And I can tell you that the winner is William Wood. William, congratulations, you've won a car. Enjoy your evening, but not too much because you've got to drive it home. 5 and drive, Will. 5 and drive. Right, Faces at the Races. Who has won the second instalment of Faces at the Races tonight? After telling you that William Wood has won a car this festive Friday, someone here is going to win 500 dirham. But who's it going to be? We want to see your pearly whites. I need you to smile. Smile as much of those dentists in the Middle East after all the teeth whitening that's taken place over the last 12 months. Because of Faces at the Races, our second winner tonight is... Smile, sir, it's you! I want to see your teeth, though. I want to see them behind those glasses. Well, they won't be behind the glasses. That'll be strange. There they are! We've seen the teeth. 500 dirham is all yours.
Welcome back to the parade here, ladies and gentlemen, for the Urtajal Dubai Dash. It's a listed event for 500,000. Take note, 1 West Acre is a withdrawal and 9 the man, also a withdrawal. That leaves us with 9 runners taking to the track here over 5 furlongs. First horse we have a look at here is number 3 in Eastern World. He is an 8-year-old son of Dabawi, Ahmed bin Hamish, and Connor Beasley combine here with this runner here. Notoriously, the horse who beat Tuz at Sharjah a couple of seasons ago. He hasn't really done too much on the winning front since then, but nevertheless, he is a welcoming inclusion to this afternoon, or this evening's race, I should say. He is off the rating of 106, 4 wins and 5 minors from those 24 starts to date. Number 4 is Pontos. We welcome him back to the races here. He is a stalwart of the racing here over the last few seasons, a multiple winner down the straight at Meydan, and a horse who doesn't mind a bit of sting out of the track as well. Miroslav Neslenik trains Silvestre de Souza to ride the 7-year-old Entire by Power. You'll say he'll be giving a sight in front for a good chunk of the race. Number 5 is Power Mode, the 4-year-old gelding by Speightstown. 103 rater, Abu Bakar Kadora, Bupat Seema combine. 3-time winner from 13 starts. Last seen as a winner over 6 furlongs here down the straight at Meydan. That was in February of this year. And he has his 2nd up run for the season. Number 6 is a Swift Asset, the 5-year-old son of Profitable, Richard Mullen, to do the riding here for Bupat Seema. Take note, rider to wear a pink cap here for this upcoming race. This one for Sheikh Ibrahim bin Mohammed Al Khalifa. 5 wins and 5 seconds from his 23 starts. Has got most of his form in the Kingdom of Bahrain and also in Doha. His last run came on the 7th of March this year. He's first up for 287 days. 7 is Raba, who has seen the turf back in Europe. Never seen the turf here in his 2 runs to date, including a win at Jebel Ali over this distance. Running up the hill 58.1. Very slick time. If he can replicate that on the turf, he looks a logical hope here, the 5-year-old son of Dabawi. Danny Tudhope stays on board once again for Masaba Al Mahiri. 8 is Bombay Bazaar, the 4-year-old gelding by Kodiak. Andrew Slattery rides for Bupat Seema for Hussein Alabas Luta. 2 wins and 4 minors from his 13 starts to date. Has yet to run this season. First up for 278 days. A horse who has run some really good races down the straight here, carrying some condition. Number 10 is Desperate Hero, off the rating of 90. The 5-year-old son of Captain Gerard for Salam bin Gadaya and Bernardo Pinheiro, looking for a double on the program. He's a 6-time winner from his 30 starts. He has returned here on the quick backup after a 6th placing on the dirt over 1,200 metres last meeting behind Drew's Gold. We'll see how he fares here on the turf. Hasn't seen the turf here since the Group 3 over 1,000 metres on the 1st of March this year. Number 11 is Dubai Treasure. Patrick Dobbs combines with Saeed bin Saror. 4 wins and 2 minor placings from those 8 starts. A last start winner at listed company down the straight at Newmarket over 1,200 metres. He did that on the 11th of October this year, so he's been freshened up for this run, but a straight track winner in his career already. Final horse will be Cover Up. He'll be a late arrival here to the parade. William Buick and Simon and Ed Crisford combine here with the 7-time winner from 23 starts. He's also another horse who has won down the straight here. He's the winner of last year's Urtajal Dubai Dash. Looking forward to seeing how he fares in this listed race. 500,000 dirham up for grabs, and the runners are making their way out onto the course.
Okay, well, one runner that we have been waiting for to join the rest of the field is number 2, Cover Up. Well, he is nicely covered up at the moment, walking down the tunnel here now. He's getting a lead off one of the ponies, and this is pretty usual practice. He comes down late, and William Buick will get on him out towards the track before just cantering down nice and slowly. He's a horse that has a routine just to try and keep him nice and calm, and so far so good. Get a nice good look at him here, and he looks an absolute picture in himself. He's absolutely gleaming. You can see those beautiful quarter marks that have been put into his hind quarter by his groom, making him look an absolute picture. And he will be cantering down nice and slowly, but it's going to be quite quickly a loading process to get all these runners to get in the stalls for the race to jump off on time. William Buick just about to jump on board any moment now.
All right, best turned out time. That fine specimen strutting around the paddock just moments ago is Bomb Singh, the groom. Look at him, beautiful moustache, great walk on him, and he's next to Pontos, who he looks after. Best turned out is Pontos, but that is all about Bomb Singh, and this man is all about Bhupat Seema. Do you like Bhupat Seema?
Yes.
How great is he?
Very.
Very great, I agree. There you go, Bhupat. Well done to Bomb Singh, and well done to Mr. Ali Essar for that great handshake. PHI Advertising giving 750 dirham to each winning groom. All right, they've headed down to the start. Bit of a headwind on the course that they'll be running into. I don't know if that's important for those on the front end that be running into it, the likes of Pontos. We're with Cover Up here, aren't we?
Yes, William was sort of under the impression that he will handle this ground. It might not necessarily be his preferred, but he will handle it. And he goes particularly well here at Meydan on this track. So positives about his chances, and I suppose a high draw in today's conditions doesn't put me off either.
Yeah, the draw's interesting because a few years ago, you always wanted to be towards the near side. But then last year, you definitely wanted to be middle to far side. Look, I think you can overthink it, and it's, you know, you probably want to follow the pace, but it's definitely not where you wanted to be a few years ago, which was the whole concertina effect towards the near side anyway. So we'll see. Pontos is out of what, 4, I think? We'll give him a good tow along, out of 3, yeah. So that horse will give him a good tow along. Jig Dubai Treasure will be pretty forward as well.
I think she'll try to jump on terms and get into a rhythm, but obviously this is a step down in distance to the 1,000 today. She's been running on stiffer tracks and over a greater distance as well, so she's going to have to prove that she's got enough pace for a track like this.
I think Cover Up should be suited by the run of the race, but will he get there in time? That's the question. Obviously, notable absentee in the form of Westacre, who would have been held up. The Man as well, who you'd have given half a chance to. Who else do you want to mention, Megan? Who else are we missing that would have a live chance? I mean, Eastern World's got some good back class, but it's whether or not the surface is going to suit.
Yeah, absolutely. Stepping down in trip won't be any harm again for Eastern World. I thought in the paddock, power mode looked brilliant. I think returning to the turf is a real positive for him. He was well beaten on his return run, but I think we can forgive that on the dirt. This trip, well, is it slightly on the sharp side? Possibly, but making that bit more of a test with the juice in the ground today and with plenty of pace on, he'll try to be prominent, and I think that he's overlooked, and now he's racing back on the grass.
That's Cover Up on the way down. Obviously was late into the paddock. That's always the way they try and keep this horse nice and relaxed. Will Buick in here and in the UK has got a great record on this horse.
He has, yeah. He obviously rode this horse when previously owned by Godolphin and trained by the Gosdens. He since has moved obviously to Simon and Ed Crisford and has been racing over here the last couple of seasons, and he has really taken to it. But as you say, Williams built up a great relationship with him over the last few seasons, not only in the UAE but also back in Europe as well. And as I think the key thing is lots of pace for him to be able to close later.
Just get him, like you see, he's slowly to post. He's got the red hood on. He's clearly a horse they want to keep as relaxed as possible before the race, so he doesn't run it before they actually go into the stalls. But he does want a nice pace to settle in behind, so that, you know, Will's not choke out the whole time, that he can get into a nice rhythm and then hopefully produce the horse late. Pontos is a fascinating runner because he is capable on his day, and when he won here a couple of seasons ago, it was fantastic to see. First ever Czech winner at Meydan, but he might not be quite the force of old.
Possibly not, but he ran some huge races in defeat last season and showed that he still has got that ability there. And I think that it's interesting, Connections decided to bring him over that little bit earlier this season in order to give him a longer preparation for this race. So that could potentially be something that we need to consider. He's probably had longer to acclimatise, get back into that routine here at Meydan. And he, again, well, best turned out. He clearly looked well.
And in the stalls, we just got a shot of Rabah there, who Pat Comerford likes, who was brilliant at Jebel Ali a couple of starts ago, and we'll see if he can translate that form onto the turf, Pat.
Well, let's hope so. I mean, 58-1's quick anywhere, let alone up the hill at Jebel Ali, so hopefully we see him run a pretty slick race here. I don't think anything leads to Pontos, but he might be able to sit handy here and might give him something to chase. Bombay Bazaar coming up into line. Last one to lock away will be Pontos. You'll say he'll be last in and first out here at the Erdajal Dubai Dash. 500,000 dirham up for grabs. Listed level, set to run and away. Pontos jumped cleanly. Bombay Bazaar forward enough here early with Swift Asset in behind them. Dubai Treasure down the centre of the course. Eastern World running on his lonesome. Down the centre was Desperate Hero, tracked in turn by Cover Up. Then came Power Mode. Raba's last here at the moment. It's Pontos the leader, but he's got company here. Swift Asset comes to his eye line in second. Dubai Treasure at the 600 metres is also there with Bombay Bazaar. Power Mode all dressed up, nowhere to go on the inside. Gets his clear run now. Then came Cover Up from Eastern World. Raba has to come past all of them. It's Swift Asset. Swift Asset and Pontos. Desperate Hero working through now. Cover Up, a few can win still. Then came Dubai Treasure from Power Mode. Cover Up looking for the run. Cover Up getting the run. Inside the 200 metres. Cover Up burns away here. Raba coming from a long way back, but it looks a mission impossible at the 50-metre mark. It's Cover Up. Cover Up too sharp. 2 lengths on the line from Raba. Power Mode. Photo fourth. Swift Asset dropped away from Desperate Hero. Pontos next over there from Eastern World, a gap to Dubai Treasure, and Bombay Bazaar the last one home. Cover Up. Cover Up too sharp here. William Buick a double. Simon and Ed Crisford, he didn't need to give out of the track, didn't concern him one bit whatsoever for Khalifa Saeed Suleiman off the rating of 102. He is a straight track winner at Meydan once again. To your winner.
Well, that was pretty straightforward, wasn't it? Will had the horse in the perfect position for him because he needs cover, and he just had to go right then left, but he just had loads of horse underneath him.
Yeah, he's travelled very well, hasn't he? Got a little bit of a bump at about the halfway point, and William wasn't in a rush to really allow this horse through the gears, but the gaps came when it mattered most, and you can see here coming into the final sort of furlong or so, he's really quick and clear, and look, this was a nice performance on comeback. They did sort of end up edging over towards that far side rail, but Cover Up came from stall 9, and he's managed to beat Rabah, who was a fast finisher from stall 5.
Yeah, I think Rabah's going to be interesting over 1200. I mean, he was out of his ground, and obviously he won over the 1,000 metres up the hill at Jebel Ali, but that was an encouraging performance if going over further on the turf, because he couldn't get a clear route or run at them. He's well beaten in the end, I know, into second, but he'll be interesting up in Trier.
Yeah, he will be. He's one to keep an eye on for this season. It was interesting to see that he's managed to run so well back on the turf as well, where he's got only lightly raced on it, but he's maiden on the turf to date, but that was a much better effort. I think Danny Tudhope's going to be a little bit frustrated. I think that's the third time he's coming home in second for the evening, so he's knocking on the door ready for a winner, but William Buick wasn't going to allow that to happen with Cover Up. Way too good today. He was superior of his rivals.
And this drone footage gives you a really good idea of how a race unfolds and the route that Danny had to take, and he was really inconvenienced ultimately by Dubai Treasure running a bit below par, because she could have given him a nice toe into the race, but the Godolphin filly just fades out of it, and that put him on the back foot a touch and meant he had to come round them. But she was disappointing, but Cover Up was a very comfortable winner. We'll see how he fares when some of the other big boys come back. You know, whatever else Charlie Uppy has to unleash, and of course what Westacre does when he comes back as well, Megan.
Yeah, Westacre will be obviously interesting when he returns to the turf. He's looking for faster conditions underfoot, but I think Cover Up will handle that just as well too. So they are going to meet in the near future, but it was Cover Up who took his chance tonight, and he was far too good for his rivals.
And the unofficial numbers there in race number 4, 275.10, 275.10. Cover Up your winner, 58.18. Margins 2 1/4 by 1 1/4. 275 and 10. Your numbers, race 4.
Second winner of the night for William Buick. This one for the Crisfords. Put your hands together. Of the Ertidal Dubai Dash, sponsored by MR. Cover Up!
Okay, well, Cover Up has just come out of the winner's enclosure, looking rather pleased with himself, but also William Buick pretty pleased with himself too. William, a double on the night so far. Cover Up, as you said, loves this track, and he was very effective this evening.
Yeah, he really was. Obviously won the race last year, but he made hard work of it last year, and this year he was very comfortable. He travelled a bit sweeter throughout the race, and from halfway he had things under control. So yeah, you know, he might have just come a bit thick and fast for him last year. This year he's probably a slightly better horse, more confident horse, and you know, I think this might just set him up for a nice campaign out here.
Do you think the tongue tie has been a really important addition to this horse? He seems to have been a bit more consistent since it's been applied.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, it has helped. You know, he's improved on all the evidence. So yeah, hopefully it's almost an upwards for him from now.
Just one quick line on Opera Ballo, a horse that I absolutely love. How do you think he'll take to things here in Meydan?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to, as much as everyone else, to see him here tonight. You know, we hold him in obviously very high regard, and look, he's, you know, there's some horses in the race this evening that set a very good standard. So you know, we're going to get a very good guideline of where he's at, and yeah, look, he's full of promise, and hopefully he can deliver.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
And correct weight is given in the Urtajal Dubai Dash, sponsored by Imar, over the 5 furlongs, 2.75.10. Cover up your winner, 58.18, margin 2 1/4 by 1 1/4, 2.75.10. Correct weight.
So as the grams come down, we'll ask these two individuals to come up to make the presentation for the Urtajal Dubai Dash, sponsored by Emma. The two individuals we're welcoming are once again Mr. Ahmad Al-Matrushi, and alongside him Mr. Ahmed Al-Thalasi from Emma Properties. Our thanks again to Emma for supporting this Festive Friday card. They'll be presenting 3 trophies. And first of all, collecting on behalf of our winning owner of Cover Up, Khalifa Saeed Sulaiman, please welcome to the stage Mr. George Prince. Well done to the assistant trainer, currently known as Prince. And next up, collecting the award on behalf of our winning trainers, Simon and Ed Crisford. Please welcome to the stage, Charlie Burnham-Wells. Great to see the Crisfords with more winners at the Dubai Racing Carnival, given the team they have out here, 20-odd horses they have. And now the winning rider. Please put your hands together once again for William Buick. And once again, everyone can come together, George, Charlie and William, alongside our presenters from MR Properties, Mr. Ahmed Al-Matrushi and Ahmed Al-Falassi. And you can all show your appreciation for the Irtijal Dubai Dash winner, Cover Up. So we celebrated yesterday Qatar National Day, and we will now please enjoy the national anthem from Qatar.
Race number 5 is the Entisar for 500,000 dirham, 1,900 metres on the dirt, 300,000 the winner's paycheck. We head to this field with 9 runners accepted. Let's head to the first horse in the prelim. That is number 2 in Carib, the 7-year-old Entire by Speightstown. Masaba Al-Maheri and Sylvester de Souza combine here for Abu Bakar Kadora. The 7-year-old Entire draws well in gate 3, last contesting the listed race for the Dubai Creek Mile. That was over the 1,600 metres, and Mendelssohn Bay took that out. It was 14.5 lengths off Mendelssohn Bay on that occasion. Would need to see a bit of improvement, but out in trip to a longer distance may see him improve as well. Here is the son of California Chrome, the 5-year-old now, Kabir Khan for Bhupat Seema, and Richard Mullen returns to the races here for the first time in 293 days after contesting last on the 1st of March this year. He is a Group 1 winner in his own right, and he returns to the races here, hopefully looking to put his best foot forward first up. He looks very well in the coat and condition as well. Remorse was a fabulous winner last start on the 21st of November, winning by 6.5 on his return this season. He comes into much stronger company here at listed level, but his good performance can't go unnoticed. Andrew Slattery rides for Bhupat Seema and Mr. Ali Haddad. Heading out early is number 8, Heart of Honour, the 3-year-old gelding by Honour AP. Good last start winner in conditions company, winning by 7.3 lengths, fresh off a geld. He comes into this second up, out to an even more suitable distance, and hopefully can continue on his winning ways. A nice horse on the rise, Heart of Honour, up against proper Group 1 company, though, tonight in this listed Entisar. Number 5 is Generous Tipper for Wathnan Racing, Hamad Al-Jahani, James Doyle, the 4-year-old colt by Street Sense. Returns to the races here after being last seen at Keeneland on the 24th of October. He was a winner that day under Irad Ortiz Jr., going on to win by 1 length and a quarter. He heads out in distance from that 1,700 metre run to 1,900 for tonight's start. Draws the ace. 6 is Artorius for Juddmonte Farm. Bhupat Seema and William Buick combine. Buick already with 2 winners tonight. 103 rater here, this 6-year-old Entire by Arrowgate. He was last running here on the 1st of March as well, in behind Imperial Emperor, running second on that occasion. Certainly up to the task. Seven is El Yabri, off the rating of 99, a very consistent runner. He hasn't won for quite some time, but Danny Tudhope combines once again with this runner. He's had some success on the horse in the past. He's a 3-time winner from 13 starts, and best of luck to connections here with the 4-year-old colt by American Pharaoh. Number 9 is the last start winner, Honest Moon, breaking the Meydan last time out. A big step up in class here for tonight's run, and steps out in distance to 1,900. The 3-year-old colt by Honest Mischief is now ridden by Connor Beasley for tonight's assignment. Final horse will be Walk of Stars, who will be a late arrival out onto the prelim and to the parade. The 6-year-old son of Dabawi, coming back after 258 days after contesting the Dubai World Cup, running 4th in that race behind Hit Show, beaten 4.5 lengths. Good to see Walk of Stars back at the races. He is the international market favourite, and they've penciled him up as the horse to beat.
It is best turnout time for race number 5, the Entisar, sponsored by Emma. And it's gone to horse number 7, El Yabri. Well done to El Yabri and El Yabri's winning groom. And you can come with me as we go to the presentation and as we play Battle of the Beards. We have Ijaz Ahmed and Mr. Ali Essa. Oh, they're shaking hands. There's no battle on here. Our thanks to Ali Essa for presenting to Ijaz Ahmed 750 dirham on behalf of PHI Advertising.
Okay, well, there was one rather important horse to join the field, and that is Walk of Stars, who came down, as usual, the last of all the runners. And Tiger Shea, you can see, just walking down next to him. He'll jump on board just as they get to the track, and I thought he looked an absolute picture. He was gleaming in his coat, and as usual, a little bit on his toes, but nothing that I would be remotely concerned about. So yeah, I thought he looked in pretty good order for his return this evening, and looking forward to watching him canter down to the start. Once Tiger is on board, you always get a nice sort of judgment of the horses when they start to canter down to the start as well. But I think Bupat's got 5 runners here, and quite a strong hand, that is for sure. And I think it's fair to say that Walk of Stars is the leading contender for the team, but they've got a pretty strong hand in general, Tom. Walk of Stars obviously looking an absolute picture, but it's hard to split most of Bupat's horses.
Yeah, this is going to be a big test for, I think, both Kabir Khan and Walk of Stars and Heart of Honour, because we don't know exactly where Walk of Stars is for this first start. I know he improved for racing last year, Walk of Stars, but he wasn't front running at the time he reappeared. And Heart of Honour, well, you know, we're dealing with a deep track tonight. Will he get too far out of his ground? It's not a given he'll be slowly away, but I think that's the expectation, isn't it, that he won't break on terms with them.
No, and he has his running style now, I suppose, and he always does his best work late on. What I would say is I think that Heart of Honour has improved physically since I saw him last season. He seems to have filled out a bit, got a bit stronger and wider, and looks a more developed horse now. So, you know, he has got to effectively still catch up with his elders. He's only 3 turning 4, and he has still got time to continue and improve physically. Walk of Stars, obviously a 6-year-old. When you see them up next to each other, you can see how wide and powerful Walk of Stars really is. You can see there just coming onto the track, Tiger on board, and he will canter down nice and steady to the starting stalls, which are just in front of us here on the grandstand.
What's your feeling about the race? Mine is that, given what we've seen, I think Walk of Stars might just blitz out of stall number 4 and stay there. And I know that's pretty obvious, but I just feel that might happen tonight, because I can't see anything else going with him tonight. Now, if you go into races as we build into the season, there could easily be other horses to keep him company up top, and that won't necessarily suit him and would play into the hands of other horses who'll be more patiently ridden. But I feel like tonight, he will be standalone out in front.
Yeah, I think he'll dominate this evening. Look, he's the class act in the field. I suppose he's the proven class act in the field. And last year, once he sort of got his head in front again, he got in a real sort of rhythm in his races, and his confidence was high and got on a bit of a roll. It didn't really sort of happen to him on World Cup night, but I don't think it was any disgrace of his own. I think he actually ran with huge amounts of credit.
And the other thing is, when you get to the World Cup, you get other... It's not just about other pace angles, it's other top-class pace angles.
Yeah.
Like the top Americans coming over who are up there with him. But in the lead up to those races, he can dominate.
Yeah, and he had a different pressure applied at different stage of the race on World Cup night. And look, he's ran an absolute monster race in defeat that night, but he was a massive improver, I felt, last year. And he's, as I say, he's a 6-year-old. There's no reason why he can't continue to improve again.
Who do you want to win?
I want Walk of Stars to win, because I do think that he's to back up the World Cup form is important. To come into this season aiming to go down the same route again is important, and I think he is the class angle in here, and I ultimately think that from stall 4, if he bowls along and can get into a good rhythm, then yeah.
I want Heart of Honour to win.
Oh, you're only saying that because Jamie Osborne's giving you.
No, do you know the reason why? And Bupat and other people will appreciate this, because I want connections to be rewarded by having a live World Cup candidate, genuinely. And I don't want anything to happen between now and then to derail that ambition, because I want a horse like this, who was picked up and given a spin in the UK, to have a live chance of being a World Cup night contender, or a Dubai World Cup contender.
Yeah, absolutely, and I totally understand we want this horse to continue to develop and continue to improve. I think the thing with Heart of Honour here tonight is he is going to have to step it up again, because running up against older, proven horses at the very top level, we know that Walk of Stars is capable of running so well in a World Cup. Heart of Honour therefore has got to improve on what we've seen to date, and he's going to have to step it up another level. He could well be capable of that, and as I say, physically he has improved since I last saw him, but it's all about trying to get on terms with them in the mid part of the race. He's not, against these types of horses, going to be able to give away ground in the mid part of the race.
Right, as Pat calls him home, I'm going to get Megan a shovel.
It's the Interstar at listed level here, 500,000 up for grabs. Walk of Stars loading away. Artorius will be one of the last ones to be brought into line with Heart of Honour. A real challenge on his hands here tonight. Will he be able to step up and rise to the occasion? Ready to go at the 1900 metres, set to go. Kabir Khan restless on the inside, set, racing, and he stood there a little bit, Kabir Khan, dwelt at the beginning. Walk of Stars has found the top with ease. He goes up there to lead from Honest Moon, who's up into second position. Third now was Remorse, Artorius pouring it on out wider. Karib is going to hold to the rail like glue. Then came El Yabri. Kabir Khan just come up on heels there, checked momentarily, back down and now at third to last from Heart of Honour. And last of all was Generous Tipper. So they head out in search of the 1600, and it is up in front here, Walk of Stars, who leads at moderate fractions. 8.48, 11.78, 12.01. He's backed it off a little bit. Near a half length to Honest Moon. Remorses 3 wide and third from Karib. Half a length El Yabri, and on the outside about a neck back was Artorius, who's wide with cover. Then came Kabir Khan, Heart of Honour, who's shaken along a little bit here under Safi Osborne, and it's 3 lengths back to Generous Tipper, who is the tail ender. As they approach the back turn, it's Walk of Stars here. 11.93, 11.94. He hasn't had to quicken up at all here, O'Shea, up in front, and he leads the way now by 3/4 of a length to Honest Moon. Remorse still there. Karib now a shot duck on the inside, and he's going to fall into a few laps here. Coming past him, El Yabri, Artorius. Kabir Khan hampered again. It's been a horror run for him. Heart of Honour next, working through runners, and then came Generous Tipper, who still has to come from last. It's Walk of Stars, the leader. Artorius stretching the neck out here as they wheel the bend into the straight and offering a real nice challenge from Remorse in third. Honest Moon, Heart of Honour to the wide outside. Walk of Stars has got Artorius breathing down his neck here in the Interstar. Walk of Stars from Artorius, who's gone past him at the moment. Walk of Stars is fighting back on the inside, and in the meantime, Heart of Honour is leaping out of the ground here out wider. Heart of Honour from Artorius. Walk of Stars, Heart of Honour. What a statement! Heart of Honour, welcome to the big rank, son. 2.5 here to Artorius. Walk of Stars third. Fourth over was El Yabri, a gap to Remorse. Then came Karib, followed by Kabir Khan. Honest Moon, Generous Tipper never passed a horse. Heart of Honour. Can he match it with the big horses? Can he match it? Yes, he can. Heart of Honour, the son of Honour AP. Up to the next step he goes. He is on the way to the big night. That is a big win. Congratulations to Connections. 2 minutes, 0.1 winner's time. Heart of Honour, a statement here at Meydan.
Well, there is some serious celebrations going on down in the winners' enclosure here, and Jamie, I don't think I've seen you jump around quite so much before, but that must really mean a lot. Heart of Honour, as usual, a little bit outpaced early, but he just kept grinding away.
Never in doubt, was it?
You were always confident, were you?
No, I was dying a death down the back. But look, he shows how tough he is, how much he wants it, and how well he stays. All credit to him. It's a big step up for him. So the dream is still alive.
The dream absolutely is still alive. Do you really feel as if he has improved from last season? Physically, he's got stronger, but do you think he's a better racehorse in that as well?
Look, we can guess all we like, but the arbiter of these things is the race course, and he's shown tonight that that probably is the case.
Well, two are very happy people with you as well here. Jim and Claire, owners of Heart of Honour. I mean, you guys have been so patient, put so much into this as well. I mean, how much does this really mean?
Look, you just hope he carries on from last year, and you don't know it for sure. Obviously, he won his first race, but it wasn't exactly the toughest race. This, at least, is up against some pretty big boys, yeah? So, just fingers crossed he can carry on progressing. It's just so exciting.
I mean, you've beaten real World Cup contenders. We've seen that Walk of Stars was able to be very competitive in a World Cup. So surely beating him means the dream is truly alive.
Well, I hope Walk of Stars is in the form of his life, because if he is, then we just did very well.
Well, you've done very well regardless. Really pleased for you guys. Well done.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
And the unofficial numbers in the Entersar, 8, 6, 1 and 7. 8, 6, 1 and 7. Heart of Honour, 2 minutes, 0.1, 1.5 by 2 1/4. 8, 6, 1, 7 in the Entersar.
Good shots here, good shots. All right, Safi Osborne coming back into the winner's enclosure. They're 2 from 2 out here this season. The winner of the Entersar, sponsored by MR, is Heart of Honour.
Well, I think it's fair to say we've had the loudest and biggest celebrations of the evening so far, with Heart of Honour getting his head in front here this evening and winning jockey here, Safi Osborne. Saf, well done. I must admit, I did think his run style would catch him out against seasoned and proven group horses here on the dirt this evening, but he's just relentless.
To be honest, I thought I was going to finish last down the back. And as soon as I sort of started asking more questions of him turning in, I just realised how lazy he'd been being the whole way, because he found a new lease of life once I started to get out after him, and I was kind of a bit annoyed at him after that, because I thought he'd made me work way too hard for my liking for the first 3/4 of the race. And yeah, like, today was a big ask for him, and he's just shown what a quality horse he is. If I'm being perfectly honest, like, I've never quite known how good he is, because he doesn't really give you much of a feel when you're off the bridle the whole way, but he is relentless. I always felt like I was going to catch them, and if anything, he didn't do a huge amount when he saw the front.
Obviously, once you were at the line, you seemed as though you were well on top. You're saying he didn't do an awful lot when he did hit the front. How much more is there to come?
I think there could be a lot. Like, he's obviously been gelded recently. He's only 3 up against a lot older, maturer horses that are sort of seasoned battlers around this track, and he's still so immature, and he's still got so much to learn. So you'd like to think everything he's doing at the minute is still off of raw ability, and hopefully when he becomes a little bit more manageable and a bit more streetwise, we could have a seriously special horse on our hands. I was almost just relieved when he went and did what he did here a few weeks ago, but I think now we can get excited.
Yeah, absolutely excited. Are we going straight up in grade now? We surely got to go all guns blazing for the end of March.
Yeah, that's obviously his target. We've made that very clear from the off that we had fairly lofty ambitions for him, and I think today he's proved that rightly so. Obviously, I'm not the trainer, but I'd say there's a fairly clear route for him to take from sort of the Maktoum Challenge here in January, and then hopefully a Saudi Cup and a Dubai World Cup. Obviously, got to take another big step up, but what he's doing at the minute off of raw ability is really exciting.
And for you, being able to dream to ride and be competitive in those races you've mentioned, the Saudi Cup, the Dubai World Cup, how much does that really mean?
Yeah, it's absolutely huge, especially for Dad and Jim Bryce. Jim and Claire are just 2 of the nicest people you'll ever meet in racing, and they're in it because they love the sport and they love going racing, and for no other real reason really. And yeah, to have such a good horse for them is so exciting. But yeah, hopefully we're going to have to find some more like him.
Absolutely, they're not easy to come by, but well done, Saf. What a night.
Thanks very much, Meg.
So as you can see here, the right jockey cam of Andrew Slattery on board Remorse here. So we'll see this get underway here. His ride in the Entisar aboard the Bupat Seema trained runner, who's ended up going on to run 5th in the event. We got correct weight here in the Entisar, 861 and 7. 861 and 7. And last of all was 2 minutes, 0.1. The winner's time, 1.5 lengths by 2 1/4. 861 and 7. Correct weight in the Entisar.
So the Entisar, sponsored by MR, was won by Heart of Honour, and we can make the presentations now. And once again, we will welcome two presenters to the stage to present the Entisar Trophy. They are Mr. Ahmad Al-Matrushi and Mr. Ahmed Al-Falassi. They'll be presenting the awards from MR Properties. And our thanks again to MR for supporting Festive Friday this evening. So first of all, we've heard from them and we can welcome them to the stage once again for their second trophy of the season. Please welcome to the stage Jim and Claire Byrne. Well done to the winning owners, and now please welcome to the stage the face of the operation, Jamie Osborne, and the man who does all the work at home, Jimmy McCarthy. That's about fair, isn't it? The face of the operation. Well done to Jamie and Jimmy. And he'll pop that trophy back, and we will welcome the winning rider. Please welcome Safi Osborne. Safi will collect her trophy. Well done to her, and everyone can stay in there together for this group photo. Our thanks again to MR Properties, and you can put your hands together once again, the winning connections of the Entisar winner, Heart of Honour.
Okay, well, the horses have started to make their way down to the main paddock. We've just seen Nation's Pride, First Conquest, filing out. I am just waiting to catch number 6, who is Opera Ballo. Obviously, he's the horse sort of talking point for a lot of people this evening. A real fascinating contender coming over here to Dubai, and very much a talent, but he has got his quirks, a free-going type of horse, but he always stands out for me in the paddock. You can see really how strong he is, a big ball of muscle, huge, powerful hind quarter, and equally as powerful through his shoulder as well. Lovely and relaxed in the prelims, which is good to see. Now, he's got that fluffy noseband on, and I'm going to try and get a word with Charlie Appleby in a bit, because I can't remember him wearing that before. That is designed to try and get him to drop his head and relax and just allow William Buick a little bit more control. So that's an interesting addition if it is first time, and I'll get that confirmed pretty shortly.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here as we continue on our race nights. We get to our Group 2s for the evening. Our first of those two is the Al Rashidiyah for 850,000, 1,800 metres on turf with a field of 7 runners. Let's head to our first horse. That is number 1, and that is Nation's Pride. One of 3 runners here for Charlie Appleby and Godolphin. He is a Meydan winner in the past, a Group 2 winner at that as well. I'm looking forward to seeing Nation's Pride return here. The 6-year-old Entire by Teofilo. James Doyle to ride off the rating of 1:15, spotting the white cap, draws out in 6. Number 2 is First Conquest for Billy Lofnan and Charlie Appleby. Gate 4 for the 4-time winner. He's had the 10 starts so far to date for a 4 wins and 3 thirds to his name. Last seen at Newmarket over 1,800 at Group 3 level, running 3rd on that occasion to Damasus. That was on the 11th of October. So been freshened up for his return here to the UAE. Looking forward to seeing how he feels. Another Teofilo progeny for Godolphin here. We welcome back Johnny Murtaugh to Meydan here tonight with the 4-year-old gelding Night of Thunder in Chicago Critic. Ben Cohen to ride, 107 rater. He has had multiple runs over in Ireland, including a listed win at Leopardstown back in mid-May. Interested to see how he fares here. He hasn't been seen since the 13th of September, and he returns to the races here first up over 1,800. 4 is Caramelito, the 6-year-old gelding by Zarak for Nicola Corlery and Ardri de Vries, the 104 rater. This runner for Patrick Saban. 26 starts for 8 wins and 7 minors, and has been racing around the tracks in France, winning a weight for age last time over 1,900 metres on the 25th of September. He's also first up for 85 days. Stormy Ocean had a run, albeit on the dirt over 1,800 metres. He ran 9th on that occasion behind Mashcore, beaten 12.5 lengths. He returns onto the turf, arguably his preferred surface, the son of Frankel. Connor Beasley rides for Ahmed bin Hamish and Abdullah Manahi. Number 6 is a Gaiath, our short price international elect. 3-year-old colt who is off the rating of 116 here. William Buick rides for Charlie Appleby from Gate 2. 6 starts, 4 wins and a 2nd to his name, including a couple of listed victories, going down to Zeus Olympios in a Group 2 in September of this year. He's had 84 days between runs here. He makes his UAE debut. The other 3-year-old in the event is the 7, Miss of Change, who was a recent winner on the 29th of August for Miroslav Neslenik. Tiger Shea to ride off the rating of 103. 4 wins and 3 minors from those 11 starts. Is a Group 3 winner and a listed winner in its career so far. But a step up in company for Miss of Change here tonight. Goes around as one of our rank outsiders. That's our runners for the Al Rashidiyah. As we do like to see the Royal Blue in play here, and 3 runners in the cards tonight here. And we wish all connections here from all 7 runners the best of luck here. They'll be heading out very shortly for the Al Rashidiyah.
It's best turned out time. That's Abdul Wadood, who is the winning groom, leading round. Miss of Change, the winning horse in the Best Turned Out Award. And we'd like to welcome him. Ali, he's not camera shy. He's looking, there he is, looking at the programme. He's here with PHI Advertising, selecting all the winners. Good stuff, Ali. There's our winning groom, Abdul Wadood. And he's being presented the award by Mr. Ali Esser, the CEO of PHI Advertising. All right, they're on their way down to the starts ahead of race number 6. This is the Al Rashidiyah, sponsored by MR. Charlie Uppy well represented in here. That's my pick, Nation's Pride. Lines up under James Doyle with the blinkers on. Might well go forward out of 6. And I remind myself who Megan's with. Who have you selected, Megan?
I've gone for Opera Ballo. Who have you selected?
Probably the more sensible choice.
Well, we've got Charlie Appleby stood in front of us. I've gone Opera Ballo and you've gone Nation's Pride, and he probably thinks we're both fools and that First Conquest is going to win.
Don't know. He's probably thinking Opera Ballo should.
I hope so. I mean, look at him.
He's the horse to be excited about, I think, in this division this season over this trip because of what he could turn into.
I just think this horse is so talented. I've always been sort of taken to him because he's flashy, he's a gorgeous, big, strong horse, and although he's a free goer, we know that he has got a massive engine, and I just think that this track, a flat track, and also it tends to be a prominent racing track, doesn't it? And he likes to sit handy with a bit of cover. If he can get into a rhythm, I do think that he could be one of those horses that ends up being a specialist around here. And yeah, interesting that they've decided to go for the addition of the fluffy noseband there, to hopefully just get him to drop his head a little bit. But I thought in the prelims he was, as usual, nicely relaxed, and he looked an absolute picture.
So that's not something we make a big deal of necessarily in the UK. So you'll have cheek pieces, hoods, and all sorts of things listed in the race card, but not the sheepskin noseband, whereas you have that listed in the race card here. What, in comparison to, say, cheek pieces, what will the noseband do, Megan?
Yeah, well, obviously cheek pieces are there to try and, help avoid them looking backwards and to have them forward going. The noseband tends to try to allow the horse to drop their head that little bit more. He should therefore be a bit easier for William Buick. If he sort of drops his head a bit, he'll be able to sit against him and hopefully won't race quite so freely. So it's, I suppose, an addition to the ring bit that he has on in order to allow him to hopefully settle and get into a better rhythm rather than fight William.
And with that hood as well for Opera Ballo, who's a son of Gaiath, who I think is going to have a really exciting 2026, that sire. Can you make a case for any of the non-Godolphin horses quickly?
Well, I thought that Caramelito was possibly overlooked. He's a horse that's had some fairly solid form over in France over this sort of distance. I thought he probably would have appreciated even more cut in the ground than they've actually had this evening. He's running for the very first time for Nikolai Cullery, and they're a team that have done particularly well over here the last couple of seasons, a new addition for them. But I do think that it looks as if it could be a Godolphin domination.
Yeah, definitely. And if you look at the times of our first couple of turf races, you're probably looking at easy side of good, which has dried up considerably from where we were this morning. Loading process well underway. Here's Pat.
Very small field, but a tactical race at that here. 1,800 metres, long back straight here to contest with. But all eyes will be on Opera Ballo from gate 2 as he looks to continue on his already stellar career. Caramelito to join the line. Last one up will be Chicago Critic. For Ben Cohen and Johnny Murtaugh, the return here to Dubai. A listed winner already at Leopardstown. Chicago Critic loads away. Runners are set here for the Al Rashidiyah, 850,000. Ready. Gates fly, away they go, and Stormy Ocean was a little slow out. He dwelt with Chicago Critic. Miss of Change was away quickly with Nation's Pride. Caramelito up into third position on settling from Opera Barlow. Then came next in running First Conquest, a gap of 2.5 lengths to Chicago Critic and Stormy Ocean, who now tack onto the back of the pack. Miss of Change rolling them along though. Half a length in front of Nation's Pride. Early sectionals here 14.26 and 11.41 here. Nation's Pride second, a length and a half back to Opera Barlow, who's got the run of the race early in third. A similar margin back to Caramelito from First Conquest, Chicago Critic, and Stormy Ocean spots the leaders 8 and is last of the 7, where it's Miss of Change who leads them here at the 1,000-metre peg, and margin now a half length to Nation's Pride. Getting a little keen in behind Opera Barlow, but plenty of room to head off the fence eventually and then start to make some ground here. 3 lengths back to Caramelito from Chicago Critic, now up to third to last. Back to second to last is First Conquest, and Stormy Ocean is still the whipper-innerer. 700 metres left to go. Miss of Change now increases the tempo. 11.59, 11.90. Half a length to Nation's Pride, who goes up to contest. Opera Barlow, William Buick sitting quiet as a church mouse here in third. Chicago Critic now up on the inside in fourth from Caramelito. Plenty of room. Everything's going to get their chance here. First Conquest makes good ground. Stormy Ocean last. Nation's Pride beats off Miss of Change. Opera Barlow now starting to present the outside here. Opera Barlow comes past Nation's Pride. First Conquest up into third. It's going to be a Godolphin 1, 2 and 3, but the talented Opera Barlow is now a group winner in Dubai. Opera Barlow 3.5 on the line from Nation's Pride. First Conquest. Chicago Critic fourth over from Stormy Ocean, who beat 2 home. That was Caramelito, and after leading them up early, Miss of Change is the last to get home. Opera Barlow, 5 wins now in his career, and has done that with pretty much a fair bit of ease, you'd say. The 3-year-old colt by Gaiath, I think he's pretty special. He looked like he had plenty in hand as well at the end. William Buick had a vice grip on him heading across the line. Didn't want him to overexert himself any more than he needed to. Nation's Pride's run a good race. First Conquest certainly didn't lose any admirers there as well. But it is proof of the strength of the ranks here with the Royal Blue. Godolphin 1, 2 and 3, and Opera Barlow continues on his winning ways.
Yeah, that was perfect, wasn't it? He still raced keenly in behind. You remember his sire Gaiath was a very keen-going sort. I mean, super talented. And so is this horse. He races with plenty of enthusiasm. He put the race to bed conclusively. He's obviously finished ahead of stable companions Nation's Pride and First Conquest. Every reason to believe they've run up to form. And he put the race to bed very comfortably. The Jebel Hatter could be an obvious one for him on Super Saturday. There's another race, I think, in between over this distance. But either way, you'd hope to see him at the back end of the season in the Dubai turf, and then see where beyond that. Who knows? He might have Romantic Warrior to take on at some point. But that's a lovely performance from the horse trained by this man with Megan.
Charlie, that was a impressive, probably also pleasing performance from Opera Barlow there.
Yeah, as I've said there earlier, Megan, I mean, his biggest challenge is himself once those gates, or once he's in those gates and coming out. But you know, we were keen tonight to hopefully, we didn't need to, but there was pace in there anyway. But for William to just try and get him in behind a horse and try and teach him to settle. He's a hard horse because at home he's horizontally laid back, so it's just a different beast that you turn up at the races with. And but anyway, full credit to the team at home. They've done a good job, and William obviously had a lot of confidence in horse to just get him buried in behind a couple there. And yeah, I think we saw the Opera Barlow that we've always hoped to see, and it's just been we've had a couple of blips along the way.
And he saw that trip out really well tonight.
Yeah, for sure. They've gone a nice even fractions, I felt, haven't they? So you know, he's entitled to come forward for that. I would imagine most natural sort of place to go now is to the Jebel Hatter, and then hopefully see whether we're good enough to be a World Cup night horse.
Yeah, how exciting. Very well done, and we look forward to seeing him back in action in a couple of months' time.
No, yep, delighted. Thank you very much.
Unofficial numbers in the Al Rash Adia, sponsored by Imar. 6, 1, 2 and 3. 6, 1, 2, 3. Opera Barlow, your unofficial winner. 148.13. Margins 3 by 2 1/4. 6, 1, 2, 3. Race 6.
Another one for William Buick, another one in the Godolphin Blue tonight, and for Charlie Appleby. Please welcome in the winner of the Group 2 Al Rashidia, sponsored by Imar Opera Ballo.
Well, William Buick has managed to secure his third winner of the night and was trying to encourage the crowd for a bit of applause coming in there. William, Opera Ballo clearly super talented and looked as though he got into a better rhythm this evening.
Yeah, he did. You know, the race just set up a little bit better for him. Yeah, he had cover, which was crucial tonight, obviously stepping up a furlong in trip as well. So, you know, we were wanting to learn something tonight. We came here wanted to learn something and wanted to teach Opera Ballo something as well. And I think it was a race that should bring him forward. I love the way he did it. I love the way he had accelerated, and look, he had plenty left at the line, you know. So, and you know, we all know how good Nation's Pride is. You know, he's a proper horse, so you know he fairly put him to bed. So, good performance.
Charlie mentioned it could be the Jebel Hatter next, and hopefully he could potentially turn up as a World Cup night horse. Did he give you the feel that he really could be a contender on the main night?
Yeah, I think absolutely. You know, we always thought he was, you know, a horse worthy of going to the top level at some stage, and yeah, I think tonight he showed that he's on the way there.
I've asked you about the right one so far, so I'm just going to ask you quickly about By the Book, who's lightly raced and unexposed. How has he taken to Dubai? Have you ridden him work recently?
I haven't, but the track is going to suit him, a flat track. He ran at Newmarket last time off a long layoff, where he probably got a bit tired going a mile and a half for the first time. A flat mile and a half around here will be much more to his liking. So, but again, he's not a horse we know a lot about. He's only ran 3 times, I believe. So, look, he's a horse again he's always shown so much promise so far. So hopefully he can show that again tonight.
Well, you're absolutely flying, Will. Well done.
Thank you, Megan. Thank you.
Correct weight given in the Al Rashidia, 6, 1, 2 and 3. Correct weight given, Opera Barlow, our winner, 148.13. Official margins, 3 by 2 1/4. Correct weight, right to pay in the Group 2.
And to make the presentation, we welcome to the stage Mr. Ahmed Al-Falassi from Imar Properties. He'll be presenting 3 trophies. Thank you, Mr. Al-Falassi. Once again, presenting the awards. And this for the Al Rashidia, sponsored by Imar. Please welcome to the stage, first of all, collecting on behalf of the winners, Godolphin, your applause for Adriana and Bianca Manassi. Well done to Godolphin for that success in the Al Rashidia. And we now welcome to the stage the winning trainer once again, ladies and gentlemen, Charlie Appleby. Well done to Charlie with that success with Opera Barlow. And a third winner of the night for this man. Please welcome William Buick. William will collect his Winning Rider Award. Well done to him. And to everyone involved with this horse. They've got a live chance later as well in Dubai Racing Club Classic by the book. So, your appreciation for our winners, Adriana and Bianca Manassi, collecting on behalf of Godolphin, Charlie Appleby, William Buick and Opera Barlow. Now, I know plenty of you will have already brushed your teeth and flossed ahead of the third instalment of Faces at the Races, but I need you to just put your smiles on hold, please, because we're going to do it after this race. Here's Pat.
Thank you, Tom. We've got runners in the parade for the Al Maktoum Mile, our biggest purse for the night, 1 million dirham at Group 2 level. Our first horse is Imperial Emperor. Tiger Shea and Bupat Seema combine here, our highest rated horse in the race, off 113. For Diva Racing, the son of Dabawi draws gate number 5. Number 2 is Mestri. He comes back to the races after contesting the Dubai Creek Mile, running second on that occasion. Off the rating of 108, Sylvester D'Souza and Michael Costa. They draw an inside gate. Here is our Godolphin Mile place getter, King Gold, returning to the races here on the dirt. Had a fair few runs back in France before coming back. The son of Anadin, now 8. Nicola Coulery and Ardri de Vries combine his rating, 109. Number 5 is Mendelssohn Bay. Off a listed win last start, he is in really good form to be contesting this. Has to overcome a slightly wide draw in 11. Richard Mullen stays on board for Bupat Seema. 6 is Commissioner King, a Sharjah winner last time out, dominating there, beating home Maid of Dubai. Louis Gerardo makes his way across from Saudi to partner the son of Commissioner. Number 7 is Morning, the 5-year-old gelding by Moonings. Nasser Asker and Bupat Seema combined forces here, and Andrew Slattery to do the riding on the son of Moonings, off the rating of 105. Running third to El Nasib last time out at the races in listed company. Juddmonte Farm, saddle up Castle Warden here. William Buick with 3 winners already tonight. Castle Warden, the entire, off 103. Pat Dobbs will take the mount on Killer Collect, the 4-year-old colt by Collected for Michael Hilary Burke and Niga Burke. Bupat Seema trains gate number 1. Bernardo Pinheiro, Salam bin Gudaya and His Highness Sheikh Hamdan bin Mohammed Al Maktoum look for a double on the night with Masmac, the 4-year-old colt by Vino Rosso, who draws a middle alley, 4 wins and 3 minors from 11 starts. He looks to go a little bit better than his first up performance. 11 is West Saratoga, the 4-year-old colt by Exaggerator for Triple R Racing. Bupat Seema, Sandro Paiva to do the riding here on the 2-time winner. "12 is Musical Dancer, the 4-year-old gelding by Dabawi. Bupat Seema and Ben Cohen combined forces here. Drawn very wide, the 3-time winner. It has got a great record and has been undefeated since arriving here in the UAE with the 2 wins at Jebel Ali. 13 is David of Athens, unsuccessful in his first run in country, but looks to improve on that. Danny Tudhope rides for Hamad El Jahani and Wathnan Racing. And our other horse for Wathnan Racing, Tumbarumba, the former American, the son of Oscar Performance, goes out here for his first run in the UAE. Off the rating of 111, James Doyle to ride. That's our field for the Al Maktoum Mile. Tom Stanley, we headed down to you for another edition of Faces at the Races.
Yeah. All right, thank you, Pat. It is time for Faces at the Races. But who is gonna win for the third time tonight? 500 dirham coming your way. That's a frenetic wave, sir. I like the Santa hats, all wrapped up, nonchalant. That's a nice smile as well. No, that's a negative. Wow, what a judgmental camera. It could be you, sir. You look really happy. It's not you. Our third winner is... Can we get the nod? It's you. You've won, madam. 500 dirham, yes. The nod is coming. You're nodding back as well. Isn't that lovely? You speak camera. Well done to you, madam. Right, best turned out time, and it's gone to Killer Collect. Well done to the winning groom. He takes home 750 dirham. That's Raja Mohammed Saeed. And Killer Collect, the best turned out winner. And it's more Bupak connections in front of us. There's the Mendelssohn Bay badge. You didn't win best turned out, Mendelssohn Bay, but you might win the Al Maktoum Mile. And congratulations to our winning groom. There he is, next to Mr. Ali Essa, the CEO of PHI Advertising. 750 dirham goes to the winning groom of Killer Collect.
Doing very well.
All right, let's have a look at our silks on the track. You can see them all there, well representing different parts of the world. France and Qatar and the UAE. Good luck to all involved today. Interesting to see how Tumbarumba gets on, 1 or 2 in the race for Hamad Al-Jahani. And also have Jubmont represented with Castle Warden here, 1 of 8 for Bupat Simar. And I've gone with Mestri, which is probably another one I've got wrong, Megan.
So you think that he can improve an awful lot in order to be able to beat Mendelssohn Bay?
Well, it's a race fitness thing. I think he'll improve for that. And I think that, I wonder if a horse like Imperial Emperor, you know, you look at Walk of Stars, and I think the consensus was he was about 80% ready for this. Well, if Imperial Emperor's the same, then a horse like Mestri can probably beat him tonight.
Yeah, but possibly different models, I would have said. Imperial Emperor is probably a finer horse. Looking at him up on the screen there, I mean, you can see through his middle that he looks tighter than probably Walk of Stars did. But I think if anyone was to beat Imperial Emperor, maybe it would be his stablemate Mendelssohn Bay, who absolutely bolted up on his return, and that to me looked like a career best performance. So if we're looking at a horse that's got the fitness edge, I would have gone Mendelssohn Bay, but I think Imperial Emperor is the classy angle in here. The trip is absolutely fine, dropping back down to the 1600, and he's won fresh previously. So, yeah, it doesn't worry me quite so much. I think he looks well, and he's drawn fairly nicely in stall 5.
Yeah, that is Mestri then. Finished second to Mendelssohn Bay when last seen, and well held too. The angle is that he'll take a step forward for that run because he needed the reappearance last year, and that was his reappearance. He obviously took this en route in the end before his season was curtailed. So, you know, I'm still keeping the faith that tonight is the night for Mestri. For all I think that, you know, certainly Imperial Emperor will end up confirming his higher rating. But I just wonder if tonight could be the night for a Mestri. You were with Imperial Emperor, were you?
Yeah, I am. I think his main danger is his stablemate Mendelssohn Bay, though. On that reappearance performance, I was very impressed. But Bupat has got 8 runners here, and some interesting ones in that as well. I think it's worth talking about Killer Collect, who has been off the track for around a year, but he looked really progressive prior to that break. And yes, ultimately this is tough ask on his return, but I think he still remains a nice prospect, and even if he's not a selection for this evening, I think he's one we want to keep an eye on, because I think he'll definitely improve, possibly be a little bit rusty, but I still think that he has potential.
Yeah, in the last start he finished second to Mendelssohn Bay. He's drawn in 1 here, so you know, they'll want to get out and get busy and handy on him, but that is Mendelssohn Bay in shot. And Killer Collect, there's just been a few mentions tonight from people who are well in the know that the expectation is he could have a pretty good season, so we'll see how he goes. Suited and Booted Racing are here with Mendelssohn Bay. What a journey it's been for them.
I mean, look at him there. He looks a picture, doesn't he? And obviously, as I say, his return was, in my opinion, probably a career best performance. And
yeah, definitely.
Just everything about it was pretty smooth. Everything was within his stride, and I just couldn't see Mestri closing the gap enough to reverse the form this time around. I mean, yes, the difference in the draw, Mendelssohn Bay out in 11, Mestri in 2, but I just think that he was well in control at the line last time, and I find it hard to see that reversed.
It's amazing the ammunition that Bupat has. Commissioner King, formerly in Saudi, now over here with him, off the back of a couple of starts here. Louis Corrado takes the ride. We should mention King Gold, who's caused a surprise before.
Yep, he's a very tough 7 furlong a mile horse, 1400, 1600 horse, who typically does his best work late on. We see him sort of flashing home in the final sort of furlong or so, and he won the Firebreak last season. He was second in the Godolphin Mile. He's just such an admirable, likeable type. He tends to travel quite well in behind them, and Audrey's really got a sort of click with this horse. He sort of figured him out and tried to keep him sweet and travelling and interested just in amongst them before challenging late on. So yeah, he is an interesting horse. I thought he looked well. I think he will tuck up a little bit and probably step forward from his run back here in Meydan, but he's a horse that we need to keep an eye on through the season. I wouldn't be surprised to see him winning once again.
Right, loading process is well underway as we saw Imperial Emperor going forward into stall number 5 for the Almac 2 Mile, sponsored by MR. Here's Pat.
And Commissioner King here was just having a look at the rider update as well. Unfortunately, Louis Gerardo not here to ride, and Connor Beasley has jumped aboard Commissioner King here for this Almac 2 Mile. Runners are getting set here. We're not too far away from a start. Mendelssohn Bay will be one of the last ones to come in. Bupat Seema, an incredible feat for the stable. 8 runners of the 13 for this $1 million dirham highest purse race for the evening. We're set to go in the Group 2 here. The Almac 2 Mile. Runners are ready. And the gates fly, away they go, and it was one of the better runs and releases of the night. Commissioner King heading up in the early stages with Imperial Emperor, Mendelssohn Bay. West Saratoga's up in the early ruck as well with David of Athens. Good speed early, Masmac in behind them. Then came Musical Dancer, followed by Mestri, running alongside Tumbarumba. It was 2.5 to 3 lengths back to Killer Collect with Castle Warden, King Gold, and Morning is last. Commissioner King has got enough space to come across here to the rail, I'd say, and he's going to lead them up here convincingly from Imperial Emperor, who now digs up to his inside in second. Mendelssohn Bay third, getting a bit of cover here early. Masmac was fourth. David of Athens is out wider with no cover at the moment as they swing off the back. West Saratoga the middle, 2.5 lengths back to Musical Dancer, 1.5 lengths Mestri, 3/4 of a length to Tumbarumba worked upon from King Gold, who starts to make his run, and then came Killer Collect, followed by Castle Warden, and Morning has been at the rear of the field the entirety. So as they swing the bend here now, it's Commissioner King and Imperial Emperor who now has the inside passage to work through and now hits the lead. It's Imperial Emperor from Commissioner King, then came Mendelssohn Bay from David of Athens. Imperial Emperor finding Imperial Emperor from Commissioner King, who's still there fighting alongside him. 1/2 length to 3/4 of a length now. Imperial Emperor is really having to work to get his prize here. It's Imperial Emperor in the El Maktoum Mile from Commissioner King, who's running the race of his life, the former Saudi, but it's Imperial Emperor who will do enough. 1.5 lengths to Commissioner King. Mendelssohn Bay fourth over was David of Athens. He's run out of his skin as well. King Gold fifth in his return race from Masmac. Tumbarumba plain. Morning was next from Mestri, who was also a little plain on face value. Killer Collect never got into the race with West Saratoga. Then came Musical Dancer, and the last one home there was Castle Warden. Imperial Emperor for Diva Racing. He continues on his winning ways here early in the season. Tell you what, Commissioner King has given him a real scare there in the race. He wasn't asked to do too much there late once he was clearly in front, but Commissioner King, some performance here coming out of a run in Saudi. Coming out of a run in Sharjah, I should say, the former Saudi galloper. So all honours with the runner-up as well, and Mendelssohn Bay's put in a brilliant effort too. David of Athens has certainly improved from his first run, but Imperial Emperor is our El Maktoum Mile winner, and the winner of our highest purse race for the night, $1 million dirhams.
So it'll be fun next time.
Well, class has really shone through here from Imperial Emperor, and Bhupat, this was a tough performance because he was there to be challenged, but he just kept finding for pressure.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's a class horse. He's won a Group 2, very impressive. He was second in a Group 1. Coming back to a mile, I'm glad we did that because I don't think we've tightened all the bolts quite yet. He's going to improve again for the race. So, yeah, I'm happy to get 1, 2, 3 here.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3. I was just checking. That was Commissioner King in second as well. And Mendelssohn Bay, they've both run particularly well in defeat as well.
Yeah, I mean, look, they're all very classy horses. You know, we had some wide draws and this and that, but it's good to see all three of them run well.
Okay, so in terms of the winner, Imperial Emperor, what are we thinking in terms of distance? Where are we going to go now?
Well, he's obviously very good at a mile. I don't think he's ever been beaten at a mile, at least with us, since he's been with us. We'll go back and have a look. You know, we'll probably try and give him the best possible chance.
So we could be potentially sticking at this distance for this season?
We could, but look, he's equally as good at mile and a quarter as well. You know, he won a Group 2, but 6 lengths at mile and a quarter, so he's very good at that as well. We'll go back, talk to the owners, and we'll go from there.
Well, it's very exciting. It's great to see him back in action and back to winning ways as well. Well done.
Thank you very much. Finally, good to get it done.
Unofficial numbers in the El Maktoum Mile, sponsored by Imar, 1, 6, 5 and 13. 1, 6, 5 and 13. Winner's time 1:37.55. Margins 1 length and a quarter by 3 lengths. 1, 6, 5, 13. Your unofficial winner, Imperial Emperor.
So welcome back into the winners' enclosure. Winner of our feature race prize money wise tonight, the Almac 2 Miles, sponsored by MR. He's back at Meydan in the winners' area, Imperial Emperor.
Well, it wouldn't be Meydan without Ty Gaucher riding a winner. Ty, well done. It was great to see him back from the World Cup night to come and win on seasonal reappearance. How good did he feel to you tonight?
Yeah, look, Meg, he felt great. It all unfortunately went wrong for him World Cup night. He pulled up a bit sore after that. To be honest with you, I was beat here, passing the wire with a circuit to go on the 5th of April. But look, he's a high-class horse. He's a stronger horse this season. Look, I've only had 5 goes on him and won 4, so he owes me nothing. Stabler in red hot form, 1, 2, 3. But look, on all-round form, he was the horse to ride. And look, it's great to see these older horses going from season to season, and more importantly, retaining their enthusiasm, and he has, you know. So look, like all of ours from the barn, it's his first run. Boopit works back from the last Saturday in March, so there's going to be improvement in him. And he's owned by a great bunch of people, headed by Ryan Tongue. He's put an amazing ladies and women together in a great syndicate. They enjoy their racing, and what a horse he is for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's just got a phenomenal record and taken to Meydan and the dirt so well. In terms of distance, if you had the choice, do we keep him at the mile, or do we go back up in trip and have another go at the World Cup?
In all honesty, I was a shade worried tonight going a mile, even though I won twice in him last year, but it was handicap company. I think he's a nicer ride going a bit further. He's a lazy miler. Thankfully, he broke good tonight, and I had a lovely sit on him. But leaving the back straight, you know, if you didn't know him, you'd be a little bit worried. He races at the back of his bridle, but he came good turning in, so I think we'll end up going 2 turns and we'll work back from the big one.
Okay, so we've got exciting targets once again with him this season.
Please God.
Well done.
Thanks.
Correct weight is given in the Almac 2 Mile, sponsored by Imar, 165 and 13. 165 and 13. correct weight. Imperial Emperor, your winner, 137.55. Margins 1 1/4 by 3 lengths. Correct weight.
All right, time for the presentation for the richest race of the night, race number 7, the Al Maktoum Mile, sponsored by MR. We welcome to the stage once again Mr. Ahmad Al Matrushi from MR Properties to make the presentation. Our thanks to him. And he'll be presenting 3 awards tonight. First of all, please welcome the winning connections of Imperial Emperor. And they take to the stage once again, plenty of them, Diva Racing. Well done to Diva Racing and to our winning trainer, who's going to take to the stage. Please welcome Bhupat Siva. Well done to Bhupat and to our winning rider now tonight. Please welcome Tiger Shea. And Tig's boys as well. Officially taller than Tig now. There we are, it's over, Tig. Well done to all winning connections then. They come back together. Al Maktoum Mile, sponsored by MR. Winner is Imperial Emperor.
Well, I've made my way back up to the pre-parade ring to see runners of our penultimate race walking around. They've just been saddled up and getting themselves into numerical order. And I've managed to grab Caroline Kelly, who is over here in Dubai for Dylan Kuna this year and has got quite a few horses over. Caroline, how many have you got in the barn at the moment?
We've got 4.
Okay, so you've already had a winner so far with Silver Sword, but tonight you've got Asgard's captain, who is he's walking past us shortly. How has he been training?
He's been really good. He's settled in well, so we're just trying to keep a lid on him, but we're hoping for a big run.
Yeah, he's quite a keen-going horse, isn't he? How has he taken to the training track at Meydan?
Really good. We've just been using a pony, and we just kind of let him find his own kind of pace, and he's relaxed, so hopefully.
This evening, I must say, these ponies have been like gold dust to me. First race, second race, I think everyone just keeps saying they're sort of the hidden gem.
They're amazing, honestly. Without them, I don't think some of these horses would not train.
Well, we're very lucky to be able to see all the behind the scenes here, and it's great to bump into you. Work very hard with the horses, and obviously you're in charge whilst Dylan has to be back in the UK as well. Do you think that he is absolutely ready for tonight, or is he going to step forward from this run?
I think he's ready. He's really tough. I just think the ground might be a bit against us.
Okay.
But that's it.
You'd rather it like much quicker?
Yes, like a road.
Okay. So Asgard's captain probably likes it a bit quicker. Caroline, thank you very much. Good luck. We see them walking around here, and actually, as a bunch, they've been pretty professional and very relaxed. You can just see Asgard's captain there in the background. He's got that cross nose band on and a ring bit, just a rubber ring bit. So he's just got a soft mouth, and that just allows his rider, Audrey de Vries, to just have that little bit extra control. But as a whole, the horses are looking really good. Number 2 just approaching the gap shortly. This is By the Book, who we haven't seen for a little while, and he's a horse that's lightly raced, but he's got a big frame, hasn't he? He's a big, imposing horse, and I must say, he does look a lot better than when I saw him at Newmarket on his reappearance a couple of months ago. He's really started to tighten up through that body, and he looked race ready for this evening.
Runners are in the parade here now for race number 8 on the card, our penultimate race for the evening, the Dubai Racing Club Classic. Let's head into the yard. First horse to have a look at is Ruling Dynasty. He is trained and owned by Ismail Muhammad. Tygo Shea looking to go a race-to-race double here, 62 kilos. The horse has to lug for tonight's race off the rating of 104. Former Godolphin galloper here coming up against some of the other Godolphin contenders. He has had the 1 run this preparation, a 3rd behind Lasso Dude at Jebel Ali. He heads back onto the turf. By the Book is the interesting runner in the race. The short price select overseas. William Buick and Charlie Appleby looking to combine for a few winners tonight. Drawn 7 here for the contest, so the widest of the draws here. The 4-year-old gelding by Frankel. He's a 2-time winner on the turf at Haydock and on the all-weather at Chelmsford City, both in novice company. Ran 3rd in a listed race on the 26th of September. Could be a nice horse on the rise. He drops back from listed company here to a handicap and looks a nice little stepping stone for him in his first UAE run. 3 is Flying Honours. Another ex-Godolphin horse here, the 5-year-old gelding by See the Stars. Ahmed bin Hamish does the training. Connor Beasley to ride here off the rating of 103. He's had the 1 run here as well in a similar graded race over 1900. That was on the dirt. He heads back onto the turf now for this run. A suitable change back to a preferred surface. 4 is Masai Moon. Billy Lofnan rides for Charlie Appleby in the white cap. 3-year-old gelding by Siuni has had 4 starts for 2 wins. Went down around 19th last start in mid-June, over 2,300 metres. That was in a 0 to 105 event. He has a novice win to his name, 2 novice wins to his name to be exact, and looks another great addition to the race here, this small field. Draws 5. Asgard's Captain opened around 9 to 1 overseas, about 3 to 1 now. So he has been well backed, the son of Make Believe for Dylan Cunha and Ardry de Vries. This one for Quest Thoroughbreds. Asgard's Captain, Ardry de Vries, to ride the 9-time winner from 37 starts. He is a horse that's well accomplished already so far. We'll see if he takes to the track well here tonight in his first UAE run. Last start winner Book Review will look to go and make all the running once again here. Steps up in trip, but heads over onto the turf. He hasn't been on the turf for quite some time, has the 8-year-old by Dubawi, but they're taking the punt that he'll go well on the 2-week backup. 7 is Valdivia, the 4-year-old colt here, carries 53 kilos heading into this event, a lightweight, much like Book Review. This one, Ahmed bin Hamish trained Sam Hitchcock to ride for Sultan Ali. Second last time out behind Max Mayhem. That was at the back end of the Carnival last year over this track and trip. It is a tougher race in grade to what he faced on that night, so he is stepping up in company to what he faced there in his last 2 starts. And he tackles 2,400 first up for the campaign. That is our look at the runners here. All 7 of them for the Dubai Racing Club Classic. It's our handicap for the night. And we are not too far away from the runners heading out onto the course for our final turf race of the evening.
Best turnout time for race number 8, the Dubai Racing Cup Classic Handicap, sponsored by Emma. It's gone to horse number 4, and that is Masai Moon. And the winning groom is Talib Hussein. Well done to Talib. He takes home 750 dirham. Let's see some beautiful smiles first of all. There they are, next to the best turned out winner. Thank you for being here tonight, and you look like you've had a fantastic evening. And there is our winning groom getting that handshake from Ali Essa. He receives 750 dirham, presented on behalf of PHI Advertising. So they're circling down at the start. It's a great position to see the start because it's just in front of the stands. We'll start with By the Book, who's this Frankel gelding, 4-year-old, William Buick and Charlie Uppy combining, and he lines up here off 103 and is all the rage.
Yeah, he's a sizable son of Frankel. As you say, he is a gelding and he's lightly raced, who was well supported when returning from an absence at Newmarket, but ran a bit fresh, and I don't think he particularly loved the track, just got a bit unbalanced, and I just think that on a flatter track like this, he can get into a nice rhythm. He's got a massive stride, and it just could well suit him here this afternoon. Well, this evening.
It's hard to know what it is other than it's a handicap with a handicap debutant in the Godolphin Blue who Buick has chosen, and it just, it's hard to compete with that.
It is, and I actually recall the day he ran at Newmarket, he also had an entry in a handicap up at Newcastle, and the team obviously decided to actually go down the sort of group route, and it didn't quite work out that day. But I think it just shows you the sort of regard in which they hold him, and he could just well be that group horse in the making who's going to be running off a gifted mark here this evening. So look, he's a imposing big horse, and he's obviously had niggly issues which he's overcome, but I think he's probably had a smoother training regime coming into this evening, and on the back of having that run in Newmarket, coming out here and a nice preparation, I thought he looked as if he was fitter, tighter, and a readier model this evening.
This is Masai Moon, the Siuni who won Best Turned Out, who will be fine at the distance based on what we've seen so far, and had some good form before going into that Ascot contest. The defeat of the Charlie Mark Johnson horse, Boatswain, was pretty good, but then it didn't work out at Ascot, and obviously been off since, Megan.
Yeah, the King George V at the Royal Meeting at Ascot, he just bombed out. I mean, he ran no sort of race at all. He was well looked after and sort of cantered over the line, but we've not seen him since that, and he's another who is lightly raced, and look, he looked well. I think he'll probably be a little bit sharper for this return, but he is going to have to bounce back from that disappointment. He still retains potential though.
Loading process well underway. Then interesting to see how Ascot Captain goes here, because he can be a keen-going sort, but is talented on his day. Dylan Cunha had a winner 7 days ago with Silver Sword. Pat, all yours.
Great incentives here, Tom, for runners and trainers and owners bringing horses out here to Dubai. 300,000 here on Festive Friday for a handicap. Plenty of great prize money on offer here at the Dubai Racing Club, and we're set to go for the penultimate event. 2,400 and away they go. All 7 of them got away to a clean start. Book Review showing his usual early toe here to go up and take up the lead from Masai Moon and Asgard's Captain, who settled down second and third. A length and a half back to Ruling Dynasty, followed next in turn by the Book, who's 5 lengths away from the leader, and 5th from Valdivia, and Flying Honours is the last one. So they head out in search of the 2,000 metre peg. By Book Review wanting to really set up a genuine tempo here. We'll get the sectionals really soon. 4 lengths in advance of Masai Moon, Asgard Captain. A length and a half to Flying Honours. Working alongside there was Ruling Dynasty, Valdivia, and also in that back division is By the Book, as Book Review continues to get further in front. 15.32, 12.26 and 12.41. Book Review's allowed to let slide, and the margin is telling of that. Half a dozen clear of Asgard's Captain. It was a half a length to Masai Moon, a length and a half to Ruling Dynasty, followed there by the Book. 3 lengths back to Valdivia, and Flying Honours is last. Book Review, can he keep up the gallop here as they head halfway down the back? They're past midway, and he leads now by 4.5. Getting a little bit closer is the rest of the field here. Asgard's Captain to the inside of Masai Moon, a length and a half. Ruling Dynasty, half a length by the book. 2.5 to Valdivia, and Flying Honours is still last of all. So they head to the 1,000-metre peg and work off the back. Book Review coming back to them even more now. 2.5 to 3 lengths in advance of Asgard's Captain. Masai Moon now works up into second. Ruling Dynasty buried away on the inside in fourth from By the Book, who's running his own race here, William Buick. He's letting the horse go through the gears. Valdivia is second to last, and Flying Honours now works to his inside, and these two sit second last and last. The margin now 2.5 lengths. Book Review looking to stay all day. He's 2 lengths to Masai Moon. Asgard's Captain third, looking for an out. Then came By the Book, followed by Ruling Dynasty as they swing the bend now from Valdivia. Flying Honours. Book Review on tired legs. He's now a length and a half clear of Masai Moon. By the Book is ambling up to them here, and By the Book snaffles them up real quickly here. By the Book coming away from Book Review. Then came Masai Moon, who's trying to fight out for second. Asgard's Captain next, but this could be the easiest winner of the night for the Royal Blue. By the Book comes away to win comfortably. 5 lengths to Asgard's Captain, a nice UAE start for him. Flying Honours was third, Masai Moon fourth from Book Review, who got tired there late. Valdivia second to last, the last one home, Ruling Dynasty. By the Book, the son of Frankel, has gone through the gears there and done it very well. 4 for William Buick on the night. Great night for him. 3 for Godolphin, and he takes out this 85 to 105 handicap with absolute ease. By the Book, he's a nice horse on the rise. He's ticking off as he goes, and a UAE winner now is By the Book. Looking forward to seeing him stepping up the ranks in future starts.
Well, we've just been getting our winner and runners-up congratulating each other, all happy. Dylan Gunas said, well, I beat Charlie Appleby once a year, but it wasn't meant to be this evening. Charlie, another winner this evening on what's been a great night. By the Book looks possibly a group horse in a handicap there.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's a progressive horse. So we've always sort of liked the horse. So he's just, as you mentioned there in prelims, he's done physically, he's done well. He's not in a big imposing horse, but he's got a bit of stamp to him. And I feel he's a horse that, this style of racing and this track will suit him, and we'll see how far he progresses for the winter.
He looks as though he's got a lot of stamina. They've gone hard there, and actually he's doing his best work still to the line.
Yeah, it'll be interesting what William's got to say, because he did say going out, he said, I'm not sure what I'm going to tell you coming in, whether he's drop back to the 10 or step up to or stick to the 1.5 miles. But he's a horse that was a strong traveller. As you saw, William always had plenty in hand there, and once he angled him out, it was pretty straightforward.
Is it fair to say that he looked more comfortable on this flat track?
Yeah, I'd say so. Like I say, if you look at his action, he's a sort of horse that, as you quite rightly said, at Newmarket, he got lost in the dip there, but was entitled to come forward for that. Pleasing night, and so onwards and upwards.
Well done. It's an exciting season once again.
Brilliant. Thank you very much.
Unofficial numbers in the Dubai Racing Club Classic, sponsored by Imad. 2534, 253 and 4. By the Book, your winner. 2 minutes 31.28, 4.5 by 1 3/4. The unofficial margins 2, 5, 3 and 4. Race 8.
Welcome back into the winners' enclosure. Another one in the good old Finn Blue, who's taken out this hot-looking handicap pretty comfortably. It's by the book.
Well, I think it's fair to say that it's been a pretty productive and successful night for William Buick, who has ridden a four-timer here this evening, and unfortunately for him, that means he's going to have a chat with me once again. A few high fives going around. William, I mean, every time I've spoken to you, it's been an impressive victory, and By the Book has just won very convincingly. Have we got a group horse and a handicap there tonight?
Yeah, look, he did. He couldn't have done that any more easier, and I was delighted with him. You know, as I said beforehand, you know, he's a horse full of promise, and this track was going to suit him. And yeah, look, everything worked out well for him. But you know, he put in a performance that would have you hoping that he could make the next grade for sure.
And what about trip? Do you think this is his optimum?
Yeah, interesting. I mean, he definitely stays the trip, no question. But I think he has a turn of foot. So obviously, Charlie and the team will sit down and try and map out a route for him. But you know, from my point of view, I wouldn't rule out the minor quarter races for him. So see what there is and try and make a plan.
He's got plenty of options.
Yeah, hopefully, and you know, he's a very promising horse, even at his age now. But he's only ran a handful of times, so hopefully we'll see plenty more of him.
Well, it's been a great evening. Look forward to seeing you back here in a few weeks' time. Well done.
Look forward to it. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Cheers, mate. And correct weight is given in the penultimate event, the Dubai Racing Club Classic, sponsored by Imar. 2, 5, 3 and 4. 2, 5, 3, 4. By the book, your winner. 231, 28. Margins 4.5 by 1 3/4. Correct weight, race 8.
Time for the presentation then for race number 8. And to make it, we will once again welcome Mr. Ahmed Al-Falassi from Imar Properties to present the award. He'll be presenting just one award on this occasion to our winning connections of Godolphin after that success from By the Book, and what a success it was too. So Mr. Al-Falassi coming to the stage. Our thanks both to he and Mr. Ahmed Al-Matrushi for presenting all the awards tonight. And well done to By the Book for winning. One for William Buick, Charlie Uppy and Godolphin, and collecting on their behalf. Please welcome Sophie Chrétien and once again Adriana and Bianca Manassi. Right, it is time. Smiles at the ready, because it's the 4th.
Faces at the races.
Not bad. Not bad. Bit to work on, but not bad. Not quite Rishi Prasad. Faces at the races, Mark 4. Here we go. Get your waves out. Get your smiles out. No, don't wave us away. You can win. Beards win best turned out. They don't necessarily win faces at the races. But who's it gonna be? Smiles at the ready. Wave your babies. It is. Is it? Is it you? It is you. Congratulations. What a glorious smile. I've seen whiter, but you have won 500 dirham.
Well, we head into the parade for our final race of 9 tonight. We have 210,000 up for grabs, a conditions event to complete the program. It is the Amar Stride, set to go here at 10:10. Number 1 is Donde Fermo, a runner-up in his first run in the country at Jebel Ali, behind Duke of Martin. Carries the 61 kilos here as a Southern Hemisphere bred, the 3-year-old colt by midshipman Francisco Leandro Goncalves to do the riding for Sky Racing. Another horse who kicked off their campaign at Jebel Ali, Marapat, the 2-year-old colt by McKinsey for Doug Watson and Pat Dobbs. 55.5 kilos here, draws gate number 5, makes its Meydan debut. Number 3 is Masood, off the inside draw here for Michael Costa. Sylvester de Souza rides. Was impressive enough behind 6 speed on a night where they weren't making too much ground. Did close off quite well. Strips fitter for it. Looks in fabulous order and should improve off that run, Masood. Number 5 is our next horse. That is Raja. Andrew Slattery to do the riding here on the gelding by Complexity. Steps out here for the first time for Michael Costa. Draws gate number 7 here for the opening event. Spots the white cap. 6 is Saloom for Bupat Sima and Tygo Shea for the stables of King Abdullah bin Aziz and Sons. 2-year-old colt by Authentic has its first run here and caught the eye at the trials. 7 is a Victory Reigns for Bernardo Pinheiro and Salam bin Gadaya. Has an inside draw for the opening event here and the first run of its career, the 2-year-old colt by 10 Sovereigns. Three runners here for Michael Costa. The final one is Muja in the black cap. The filly of the field here by Maximum Security. Richard Mullen to do the riding with the weight of 53.5 kilos. Finally, number 4, Mirham. Connor Beasley and Ahmed bin Hamish combined with Sultan Ali. Draws gate number 3 here. Ran 11th on debut behind Lino Pedrino. Drops back in trip to the 6. That's our look at the runners for the final event of the night here. It is the Amar Stride for 210,000, 126,000 to the winner. A big thank you once again to our sponsors of all the races here tonight, Amar. This one, our one to wrap up the card.
Right, time for the Best Turnout Award. And it's gone to Marapat. Well done to Marapat and to the winning groom, Mirat Khan. He takes home 750 dirham, and that is being presented by Mr. Ali Essa, the CEO of PHI Advertising. All the photographers are out tonight. And well done to Mirat Khan and to Mr. Ali Essa, presenting on behalf of PHI Advertising. 750 dirham coming to you, sir. Megan.
Hey, have you seen your sign? Well, you've got all the fans here. So what we want to know is, how is Donde Fermo since his debut run?
Thank you, Megan. Yes, he's been doing okay after Jebel Ali, and hopefully he will run well today. We're expecting he will be early soon.
He looked a little bit immature when he hit the front and possibly needed a bit of company. Do you think you'll ride him a little bit differently today?
I think he didn't like the hill that day in Jebel Ali, but he will, this track will suit him better also.
A flatter track?
Yeah, probably yes.
And obviously he is an older horse because of the hemisphere. He has to give away weight. How do you feel about that? Do you think he's going to be superior to the younger horses?
Of course, it will be harder for him, but South American horses have done it before, so should be no problem.
Okay, and he looks really well in himself and he's training good?
Yeah, looks like me.
Okay, well, very best of luck.
Thank you.
Says Meydan. Best turnout done and dusted, and we heard from Julio. Was Julio happy with his sign? He was, wasn't he?
Yeah, he loved his sign.
Does he think this horse is going to win? Because I'm a little bit short on winners tonight.
Yeah, your selections have been average.
They have. I've only had two, but Donde Fermo, I take Pat's point about the weight, but I don't know, I thought he was good last time. But I also thought that when you spoke to this horse's trainer a little bit earlier on, Michael Costa, he was hopeful, pretty confident as well that this horse would go pretty well, Masood.
Yeah, but he sort of couldn't really pick between the two colts. He sort of gave me the impression that the filly Mujar was going to improve plenty for this run, but the two colts, he said they weren't that easy to split. Now Masood obviously has got the experience, but he sort of said that they both have plenty of promise and are really nice horses going forward. So you're looking forward to seeing how both of them go. Masood certainly filled the eye in the paddock. He was a pretty striking horse.
Yeah, and there was lots of promise from that horse behind 6 Speed. I think that's a good bit of form as well. 6 Speed, who previously finished in behind of, a horse who was pretty electric on debut, but then behind him on that occasion, Union Security. But all in all, it ties in well. I think it's decent form. There's Donde Fermo. Francisco Gonçalves on board. And
It's got quite warm, hasn't he?
yeah, he has. Look, I was so impressed with the turn of foot he showed to get to the front last time, but then he ran out of puff over 1400. I mean, he's rated 95.
Yeah.
But he's got to give away weight.
He has. I do think he also got a little bit lonely when he hit the front last time. A combination of that and getting tired up the hill at Jebel Ali. Julio was under the impression this flat track will suit him much better and was looking forward to him getting out here at Meydan. A horse I'm interested in here is Marapat, who was only just beaten also at Jebel Ali when he ran on his debut. Now, he travelled very well and he was just beaten by the narrowest of margins. He did very little wrong, and the front two pulled nicely clear of the field that day. So I was again under the impression a flatter track might well suit him. Coming out of stall 5, he was very professional on debut. I thought that he would just be able to pop out into a nice position, and look how relaxed he is in the prelims. It's a big positive for me.
Yeah, for Doug Watson. And he's a McKinsey. I was such a fan of McKinsey. I loved that horse. And he's doing okay as a sire. He was very consistent over middle distances in the US. This is horse number 6 in shot.
No, you couldn't miss him.
Yeah.
He was huge.
And Bupat hit the ground with a really nice horse a couple of weeks ago, a newcomer. They can take a big step forward for their first start, but maybe this horse is ready to go. I was interested to see what he looked like. You were positive?
He's massive. He is a proper big, strong horse for the dirt. He looks like a 3-year-old already. Now, he was quite expensive, $600,000 as a 2-year-old over in America. So he cost plenty of money and obviously has had a bit of experience, not only from that, but also in a trial too. So, yeah, he is an interesting contender for a yard that's in good form, but he is certainly a horse that can only continue to progress as time goes on, looking at his size and structure.
Yeah. I think he could be interesting, Saloom. And Muja, here's the filly, daughter of Maximum Security. Obviously, I mentioned Maximum Security has already had a winner on the dirt out here in the form of Union Security, and this filly lines up for Richard Mullen and Michael Costa, but we haven't seen her on the track yet under rules.
We haven't yet. She was a $90,000 purchase, a half relation to a sprint winner over in the US. But Michael Costa was sort of saying that she is likely to step forward from this rules debut. There we can just see the other Michael Costa runner that is loading there. I think that's Masood coming into the inside stall of 1. And Raja, he is the other colt that I was interested in from the Michael Costa yard. He was $160,000 as a 2-year-old from or by a pretty young sire in Complexity. He's only just starting to get going. Quite interesting to see how they get on over here.
Oh, just a Victory Reigns looking to give Salim Bin Ghadar a 2-year-old double on the night. Just thinking about going forward into stall number 2. And we're about halfway through the loading process. Pat, all yours for the last time.
Thank you, Tom. Been a great festive Friday. We wrap up here with a nice little contest over 6. They're going to fly along here. Michael Costa with the 3 runners in the race. And Raja seems to be getting a little flighty here. It is pretty gusty out here, and noticeably you can see by the flags. Oh, and Saloom, Tiger O'Shea's just been bumped out the back. So we wait to hear more here. And yeah, unfortunately the horse here has got cast. Oh, so this is not a good situation here. Okay, so we're just hearing there, just confirming number 6. I think he's going to come out here. Well, unfortunately, one of the barrier staffs has I think may have been injured here in this whole situation. So just bear with us while we get more information, but we can confirm with you. Number 6 is out on veterinary advice, Saloom. Okay, so we've got a barrier attendant requiring medical attention here, so there is going to be a delay. Runners are being backed out. Runners are being backed out here for the last. We'll have more information as it comes to hand, but hopefully all okay here with the barrier attendant. What we could see, Saloom got cast in the gates. Tygo Shea came out the back, but then as the horse reared once again, one of the barrier attendants might have got pinned in the gates here. So we'll just wait to hear more information as it comes to hand. But the runners are coming out, and we'll head back down to you guys, Tom and Meydan. Just not an ideal situation here for the last, and hopefully all okay here and everyone is uninjured. But one of the barrier staff requiring some medical attention here at the moment.
Yeah, and that barrier attendant was walking away, so there's some good news there, but obviously not all well. So hopefully he's going to be all right. And Saloom, you can see out the back of the stalls, is okay, but won't take part because of that issue there in the stalls and going down in the stalls. It's never nice when that happens. It was a little bit frightening, but thankfully the horse seems okay. So we're just being backed out here, and we're going to have a little bit of a delay. Young horses around the stalls in the heat of a race for the first time, it can be a bit unpredictable, Megan.
Yeah, for sure. And look, Saloom, a big colt, and whatever sort of upset him, I'm not too sure. But these horses obviously can react very quickly. One thing we mustn't underestimate is how good our stalls handlers really are. They are so valuable to both horses and jockeys. So hopefully it looks as if whichever member of the stalls team it was did manage to sort of walk away to the ambulance to just get a little bit of medical attention, make sure everything is hopefully okay. But you know, these stalls handlers are exceptional horsemen, and unfortunately something's just got a little bit caught up there. But we as jockeys absolutely value them, and they've reacted quickly to get all the rest of the runners out of the stalls again.
They are genuinely brilliant, and what they do is so dangerous. And you know, we're always told to be careful going around the back of a horse wherever you are, and that's what they do for a living, literally. So you know, and they're unpredictable. So you saw an ambulance moving at the top of shot there. The issue is that if one of the participants in this process requires the ambulance and that has to go away from the track, well, you need an ambulance to follow them around, so that could lead to a significant delay. Pat, do you know any more?
So we've got two ambulances over there at the moment, Tom. One of them is being used with the barrier attendant who is requiring some medical attention here. So we're just finding out whether or not we will be able to run with the one ambulance. In saying that as well, looking at the horse as well in Saloom, he is quite fractious, and as you can imagine with what's gone on, he's not in the best state of mind, the horse. So he's being led off the course at the moment, and they will not run the race until he is off, just because they're certainly worried that he may get loose if he does hear the gates going off. So off he comes, and as a result we do wait here. But more information to come here shortly. But yes, the barrier attendant unfortunately requiring one of those ambulances, so we're waiting to hear more about when this race will start. Red light is continuing to flash away, so we'll see whether or not these runners come up shortly. More info to come.
Thank you, Pat. Yeah, we'll let you know, read the ambulances, but obviously we did have two in shot. One's being used for the gate attendant, but we do have another one, so whether or not we can race with just the one, we will see. And Saloom is not going to take part. There we are, we know a little bit more.
Yeah, well, obviously just a little bit of a patience game for now, and wait until we know a bit more. Pat obviously will be able to see a little bit more than we can from his commentary box, and we will get updated as things sort of carry on. But I suppose it's not a bad time to reflect on a couple of races from the evening, because we've had some pretty good performances on show, and I suppose starting the night off with a proper battle in our Group 1 Al Maktoum Challenge, where Murad managed to beat Mabdeed, and it was a proper way to start the night.
Yeah, Murad could easily turn into a Kahala Classic horse. We'll see some World Cup night performance tonight. The loading process is going to start again, which is good. But the likes of Murad, obviously Heart of Honor was fantastic. There's been a lot of talk of what's going to go to Saudi. Will Imperial Emperor possibly go there? That's a possibility. Obviously the horse that was second in that race is a Saudi-owned horse. And then Yeah, Imperial Emperor was very, very strong, and Opera Ballo did exactly what you'd expect. It's been predictable enough, I guess, unless you're me.
So predictable that your selections have been
Yeah.
rather average.
Yeah.
But we don't want to, you know, continue to remind yourself of that. Your selection in the last. Come on, lucky last, Tom.
I'm with the Don de Fermo.
Don de Fermo. I've
You?
gone Marapat. And I think Pat went Masood, but we better check that with him.
Here he is.
Yeah, Masood for me here. I think he's a horse on the rise. Got to see him midweek as well at the Jebel Ali Racing Stables. He looks in fabulous order, and he has handled everything that's gone on here tonight. The loading process, the unloading process, and the reloading process here as well. But you can see senses are heightened here at the moment with the barrier attendants as they load up here for the second time. So we go without Saloom, the 6A withdrawal. We're left with 7 runners here for the last in the Emar stride, and we're underway. Breaking cleanly was Mujar, goes up to the early lead along with Victory Reigns, and these two sit first and second clearly. From Masood third, Donde Fermo out wider on the improve. Murham racing very keenly in amongst traffic in fifth, followed by Raja, and out to last was Marapat. Speed good here at the 850, where it is up on the outside Mujar, who just leads the way by a head. Victory Reigns holds the inside in second. Up into the 1-1 in third was Donde Fermo, now slides out 3 wide. Masood also shouldering out for a run here and starts to improve as Mujar kicks away. Murham fifth from Marapat, who's going back. Passed now by Raja. They come into the straight, and it's the filly of the trio here, Mujar, who's come clear by 3 lengths to Donde Fermo. Masood, these two in pursuit, along with Murham. Then came Raja from a long way back, but it's Mujar. Mujar still with a break of 3 or 4 lengths here to Donde Fermo. Raja coming home with a wet sail. Mujar getting tired. Raja looks the threat. Mujar, Raja over the top. Raja's going to come home to win. Raja away with the prize, and it's Costa 1, 2 and 3. Good win by Raja. Beats home Mujar. Masood third. Donde Fermo fourth. Marapat fifth across to Murham in sixth. The last one home. Victory Reigns got tired. Raja flew home to score in the last. Number 5, Raja, the 2-year-old gelding by complexity for Andy Slattery. Michael Costa on the board, and well, we had a 1-2-3 earlier on with His Highness Sheikh Mohammed. We've got a 1-2-3 in the last with His Highness Sheikh Ahmed. Michael Costa training all 3 here, and Raja. Number 5 is your winner in the last. Numbers across the line, 5, 8, 3 and 1.
Well, Michael, when we spoke to you earlier, you said you couldn't really split these 3. Their work had all been good, and they finished pretty tight over the line. You must be absolutely thrilled with that.
Yeah, we are. They're horses that have gotten here a little bit early, so we elected to run the filly in the 6 furlong race rather than the 7, because she hasn't done that much. And when she was coming around the turn, you gave me a look like I'd tipped the wrong one, but they're all nice horses, and it's just conditions were the reason why we landed here, and they're all going to better things.
Well, they've all ran sort of different types of races. Your filly Mujar was sharp out of the gates and travelled really well. And then the eventual winner, Raja, he looked to be a little bit raw and immature down the back straight, but he really took off.
Yeah, he's a horse we've got a lot of time for, and he's probably bred for a little bit of speed, but when you look at him, he's got a lot of scope. So we selected to start him off here, see where we're at, and always had a Guinea sort of campaign in mind for him. So I think he's really stamped himself for a horse going places.
So you could be stepping up to the 1400 next time, and then on towards the Guineas is the aim.
Yeah, definitely. There's a 7 furlong, the Guineas Prelude. We'll just see how he pulls up to see if he needs to go to that or whether he can just go straight to the Guineas.
Well, 3 nice horses to go forward with. Well done.
Thank you. Cheers.
Unofficial numbers in the Yamar stride, 5, 8, 3 and 1. 5, 8, 3 and 1. Raja, your winner, 1:13, 4-7. Margins a length and a quarter by 1 length. 5, 8, 3, 1. Race 9.
Our final winner coming back into the winner's enclosure. Well done to Michael Costa, Andy Slattery with Roger.
Well, our final race of this evening has gone the way of Andrew Slattery. He's just weighing in and we'll catch up with him. Andrew, well done. This horse looks pretty big and raw still. Do you think there's lots of improvement to come?
Yeah, in fairness to Michael, he was spot on beforehand. He said he's a big, raw individual, but he said he's a really nice horse and he wasn't too far wrong.
He seemed to get a little bit lost down the back straight, but when you hit the main straight, he absolutely took off.
Yeah, I'll tell you the truth, I went to put him in and educate him after going a half a furlong, and he was more green than I expected, and I just, by design, landed out there, and once he got daylight down the straight and I turned him loose, he hit the line really well.
Yeah, he seemed to really open up that stride and propel late on. Considering that, do you feel he's a horse that will probably improve for further in time?
To be honest, he feels like a horse is going to go a mile, so when they have enough natural pace to do that and quicken up, you're at a big advantage.
Did he give you a good feel there this evening?
It felt like they were in slow motion later on. I won really well.
Okay, and what about going forward? Is he the type of horse you feel is good enough to go down the Guineas route?
Absolutely. When they do it on raw ability, when they're that green, it's exciting.
Absolutely. Well done.
Thanks, Mike. Thank you.
And correct weight is given in the last. Correct weight in the Imar stride over 1,200 metres. 5.831. 5.831. Raja, your winner, 113.47. Margins 1 3/4 by 1 length. Correct weight in the last.
Time for our final presentation of the evening. This was the Imar Stride race, and it was won by Raja, Michael Costa, who we'll see shortly, and Andrew Slattery. To make the presentation, we welcome once again Mr. Ahmad Al-Matrushi, and alongside Mr. Ahmed Al-Falasi from Imar Properties. Our thanks to both gentlemen for presenting all awards tonight. Much appreciated, as is the support from Imar Properties to the entirety of the card this festive Friday. And they'll be presenting to the man collecting on behalf of His Highness Sheikh Ahmed bin Rashid Al Maktoum. Please welcome the winning trainer, Michael Costa. That was Festive Friday. Hope you've all enjoyed it. It's been informative. It's been a lot of fun as well. Very, very festive and Christmassy, and some good performances out on track. What was your highlight, Megan?
2 highlights.
Yes.
1 dirt and 1 turf. My dirt highlight was Imperial Emperor. Coming back on, well, we haven't seen him since the World Cup, and obviously he ran below par, wasn't quite 100% after
Your dirt
that.
highlight wasn't Heart of Honour. What have you, poor horse, you didn't want him to win and now he's not your highlight. Listen, if Jamie Osborne's watching, tell you what.
No, it's just not, it's not that. It's just, I don't know.
If you're going to see Imperial Emperor, it was very impressive. And do you feel like he can go and win a World Cup?
I think he deserves another try, because ultimately last year it didn't go right from the off. You know, he was never going. He obviously pulled up slightly wrong. And I think it's great to see that he's come back this season and has shown that ability and that zest again. Interesting that afterwards Tig sort of felt as though actually going back up in distance will help him again. Another year older and stronger. So he's exciting going forward, and it looks as though they'll be working backwards from the World Cup now. And in terms of my turf highlight, well, I think you can probably guess that. Opera Ballet.
He was good, yeah.
He was so good, and he's so talented. I'm so glad he proved you wrong, any of the doubters, because the engine has never been questioned. I think it's his mentality that has let him down on occasion, but I just felt a track like this, a flat galloping track, would really suit him. And although he was still headstrong, he got in a better rhythm. And I feel as though in a better race where they go that better tempo again, surely he's an improved horse once more.
Yeah, he was mega impressive, I thought, and I'm looking forward to seeing him in Group 1 company in the Jebel Hatter. And then Charlie said we'll see if he can make it into a World Cup night horse. But
William didn't really doubt that.
He's got to be.
Yeah, I think
also,
so.
Yeah, the Jebel Hatter's, well, it was strong last year because Romantic Warrior won it, but otherwise I think he'll go and win that. And then seen on World Cup night. And
I think ultimately, if he is a horse that can mature over here, train well and improve, as I said, I think he can be better again to continue racing here at Meydan. And I just sort of feel as though, yes, it's a long way and he's got to have a smooth time of things into it, but I just feel as though he's a real class angle, especially at the trip.
And just to update you on the division if you're interested, so Romantic Warrior ruled out of the Saudi Cup. He's not going to Saudi, he's going to stay at home for the Triple Crown. But the penultimate race and last race of the Triple Crown are the 1st of March and the 20-something of May. So he could still come here in between, and he's going to definitely be entered in the Dubai World Cup, and Romantic Warrior is going to be entered in Dubai Turf. So it's not out of the question, he'll come here, just so you know. Heart of Honour was my highlight because of that narrative from Team Osborne and Jim and Claire and everything they've tried to do. And look, it was brutal on World Cup night with the Derby.
Yeah.
But they've got a horse, so they can aim at Saudi and aim at coming here as well. We know that now.
It's an incredible story, and it's so great that he has come back. And he had some tough races last year, and to come back this season, had the gelding operation that I don't think has done him any harm at all, and to prove that he's still willing is really important. And, you know, he's gone and beaten some real proven horses tonight. Is he going to continue getting away with his run style? It's questionable, and part of you loves him for it because it's different, but part of you gets frustrated. Oh, you're giving ground away, it's so annoying, you've got so much ability, but he does fly home. And interesting when Safi said afterwards, I think he was taking the mick a little bit. He was being super lazy.
He's
so
still
maybe
a bit of a baby.
He is, and I think maybe she'll think about that a little bit more next time and won't give him an inch. She's not going to allow him to be that bit lazy as he sort of goes through the grades again now.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, come back here just after New Year. The 2nd of January is the next time we race here. You've got the Dubai Stakes, the 6 furlong dirt sprint, which have been won by some very good horses in the past. You've got the Zabeel Mile as well on the turf, over a mile, you wouldn't believe. So
I wouldn't have guessed.
And we'll see you on Fashion Friday.
Yes, absolutely.
On the 23rd of Jan, I think it is. That's the next big race night. So looking forward to seeing you then.
Yeah, I can't wait. That was a great meeting last year. I hope that we get, you know, a big crowd once again, good atmosphere. And yeah, everyone, I want the best frocks. Fashion Friday, let's get dressed up. I want a really smart suit from you next time.
I don't think it'll be a suit. I think it'll be trousers, jacket, possibly some trainers. I won't lie, and I might get my ankles out.
There's not a chance. Fashion Friday, come on, up your game.
Yeah, I'll do my best. Got a lot to live up to. Megan, thank you. Thanks to Pat as well. Everyone that's been part of the team tonight. I hope you've enjoyed Festive Friday. Most importantly, Merry Christmas, one and all. We will see you in the new year. Bye bye.
Bye.